Good afternoon again, everyone. It is so nice to see every one of you on here today. I think right now we have just above 450 people who are live. This morning we had almost 800 people on. Continue to share, continue to invite your friends to this training here. And this afternoon we have a power pack presentation just catered for you, all free. We decided to open this free to the public. And this information that we'll be sharing here is very valuable. Throughout the week, many of those individuals have been attending our advanced medical missionary training, and they have been so blessed. We have covered topics from kitchen and emergency remedies, remedies to fight cancer, natural remedies for many women issues. We also talked about understanding what is health and what is disease. We went to true medical missionary work, also talking about the 8 laws of health. There's so much that we have shared. And even tomorrow, we have more again. We have some beauty remedies, some COVID-19 remedies, and much more. And, by the end of this presentation to this evening, which is going to be about 3 hours long, 3-hour-long class, by the end, we want to, for those who didn't join the training, we want to let you know how that can be available to you. Okay, so that's something I will discuss at the end of this training there. But we are so happy to see all of you on. Right now, we have the link posted in the chat and also just a little invitation. You can just copy that and paste that in your WhatsApp groups, Facebook groups, your Facebook page. You can post that anywhere that in Twitter, wherever you are, just post that link so that individuals can come to our free advanced medical missionary training today that is open to the public. And we thank you so much for being here, for participating in this training as well, and for sharing this morning to all your friends. We meant to expand our limits on Zoom to 1,000, but it was just 500 this morning and some people couldn't get in. So we had to break open your Zoom so that more people can come into the room. So praise the Lord that we were able to have everyone on this morning. And also this morning, we want to thank you so much for all of you who gave to our project for fixing our road at our Lifestyle Center in Craigsmore, New York. And, just an update, so far, individuals have been given, and you have given $10,292. And we have given on top of that $5,000, and that brings us to $15,292 in total. And that'll just mean that we just have $4,700 left to raise. And we thank you so much for all that you do. And for anyone else who want to give to the cause and so forth, we will post that in the chat below. But we thank you so much for all that you have done. We really appreciate each and every single person. People who gave 20, people who gave 50, 100, 1,000. We thank you so much for all that you have done in propelling God's work to move forward. So this evening, as I said before, we have a power pack presentation. We'll be talking all about cleansing the colon, cleansing the liver, the kidney, also killing parasites from your body, the lymphatic system. We have a power pack presentation for you, all about cleansing, 3 hours, natural remedies as well. Practically what you can do to cleanse each of your eliminative organs. And I know you will be blessed. And I know that your friends will be blessed as well. So again, I'm giving you some time to share this Zoom meeting far and wide on your Facebook groups, your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook pages. Share it everywhere that you can. We want as many people as can come on this because we have extended it for free. And we want to make sure that you are blessed. And for those people who are asking and they say they couldn't donate, we'll post the information again for how you can donate as well. We'll post that in the chat. And if you are having a lot of trouble, just feel free to give us a call if there's nothing that you can do. But just follow the links that we send to you in the chat. And if you're having issues, either email us at support@EdenLifestyle.org, or you can give us a call. Someone says about the Zelle name, all that will be posted in the chat. So you'll be You'll see a message from Shay W, and also in the bottom of the screen below, the lower thirds here, you'll see the Zelle email address and also our Cash App link as well. So you'll see Zelle and you'll see Cash App as well. So if you want to donate here, you'll see those usernames right here that you can send your donations to. Okay, we thank you so much for all that you have done for us. We really appreciate it. We kind of thank you more. And also we'll love to send some pictures, post some pictures up on our Facebook and everywhere we can to show you the update when that road is fixed. It will be fixed next month by God's grace. Thank you so much for all who are on here. And without further ado, we have Ezra Sages, and who will be sharing with you many powerful remedies. I know you will be blessed today. I have been blessed by the training so far. I've heard a lot of messages. I've heard a lot of information, but just listening sometimes to my brothers and my sisters and so forth, sharing information, sharing from those classes, I learned so much myself. And I want to take in as much information as I can, and I want to share as much as I can. And we have also given ourselves in these presentations. We're like, what more can we share? What more can we give you? And that's why our manual, as we told people, the manual that we have given for the training, we just kept adding more to it. And by about tomorrow, we'll be sending you an updated version of that as well. So thank you so much for all that you do. And I know you have a blessed rest of the evening. Take care and God bless.
All right, good afternoon and welcome again to all. It's indeed a wonderful blessing to be able to have each and every one of you that have joined us this evening so that we can go through some wonderful practical demonstrations as to how we can be able to cleanse and detox our body in a very powerful and potent way. And we're really excited for this. This morning was extremely powerful. Let me know in the chat as well how your entire experience was this morning, from the morning all the way to the divine service. It was indeed a wonderful blessing. And I would say it was like a spiritual cleansing this morning, wouldn't you? And this evening, we'll be looking at that of a physical cleansing. But before we go even further, without any further delay, let us consult the Lord in prayer as we begin this class this afternoon. Let us pray even now. Father in heaven, we just thank you so much. Thank you for your mercies. Thank you for the opportunity where we can all be gathered here together, where we can learn of you, where we can learn your principles and how we could apply them to our lives, that we can get full and complete recovery. Father, we come to you, Lord, because you are a God who heals. You're a God that is able to restore. And not one, oh Lord, where you restore in a way that is just halfway or 75%, but we believe that you are one who is able to make us complete again. And we thank you so much for your mercies upon our lives. In the wonderful name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Amen. Again, welcome on to each and every one of you. And this evening, we will be going over powerful cleansing and detox remedies that we all could be able to use and implement right from home to be able to experience recovery. And as we look at this very important subject as well, I believe one of the initial things for each and every one of us that is looking to be able to gain healing and recovery in whatever areas, I believe, is cleansing. Like literally, I'm going to share with you some wonderful stories very soon and powerful healing miracles that we see and experience every single time at the center, even by just starting off with a cleansing regimen. And one thing to note, every single person that comes to our lifestyle center, which they may come for like 7 days or for 14 days or even 21 days. I mean, no matter the illness, no matter the sickness, we see cleansing to be something that is very pivotal and very important. And again, like every other healing art, if every other healing modality, when you think about cleansing for a moment, I mean, does the Bible really speak about cleansing? What does the Bible have to say? And we actually have a wonderful text here in the book of 2 Corinthians. If you go to your Bible, remember what the Bible is, right? The Bible is the greatest medical book that has ever been written. Notice I have a ministry of healing in one hand and a Bible in the other. And we're going to see how powerful this combo is as we go on even further. But when you look at 2 Corinthians chapter 7, you're looking at verse 1. If you turn there very quickly, I hope you have your health manuals with you, your medical books, medical textbook. I tell you, friends, the greatest medical book that has ever been written is none other than the Bible. I remember one time I was, given a health message at a certain location, and someone stopped me and they said, brother, there are many scientific journals out there. I mean, there are many scholars that have put out medical books, and there are many individuals that have written like, scientific journals and all those other intricate things. So you cannot say that the Bible is the greatest medical book. I'm like, oh, brother, if I told you the one who created the minds of those men that wrote those books, I tell you, he is way more wise than you and I are. I mean, the Bible tells us in Isaiah 55, it says, my ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts are higher than your thoughts. As the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than yours. So friends, I've come to the understanding that, you know what? Like, I am really, like, for lack of a better word, like, I'm really like dumb, and God is the one who is all wise. So if God says something, friends, I tell you, the safest place I've ever been in is to do what God says. You see, friends, I tell you, one of the hardest things on earth is to believe that God really means what he says. When God says that he ordained the use of natural remedies, we say, well, brother, you know what? I don't know. There are so many other ways of doing it. Maybe we can do it this way. Friends, I tell you, God is saying today, do we truly believe in the message that I've given to you? A message that I've given to you for your benefit, for healing and restoration. And we're told in the book of 2 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 1, even as I read, it says, having therefore these promises, dearly beloved, let us cleanse ourselves from what? All filthiness of flesh and spirit, perfecting holiness in the fear of the Lord. So notice something here. It says that we must cleanse ourselves of what? Of all filthiness, not only of the spirit, friends. There's one aspect where we saw this morning. God desires us to reflect upon our lives, our characters, and see what is it in us that may be impeding that healing process. But there are times, friends, where it says we need to cleanse ourselves from even all filthiness of flesh. And we can even look at that even in a physical sense to note that there is a bodily cleansing that needs to be done as well. So we're going to see something powerful here today, because I believe that if we implement those principles in our lives, that we can experience powerful healing results. We can experience powerful healing results. Another text I want to give you quickly, as we'll be going over very soon and doing some demonstrations and even showing how to do things like juices and cleansing and going through all the channels of elimination. Now, when you think about that for a moment, there's a reason why we start off with cleansing. But before I do this, let me read a quotation quickly for you from the book, Ministry of Healing. Very powerful book. If you haven't read this book as yet, you need to get a copy of this ASAP and begin to read it. I tell you, friends, every single health session that we have, you can ask any of the guests that have come through to our lifestyle center. This is literally our textbook, our devotional book. There are so many powerful gems in this little book that gives powerful healing results. And even as I read Ministry of Healing, page 127, Ministry of Healing, page 127, notice what it says here. As I read from page 127, it says, restorative power in nature. Notice this. It says, friends, the only hope, the what? The only hope of better things is in the education of the people in right principles. What is our hope today in the midst of such a crisis? In the midst of a pandemic that is plaguing people on a worldwide level, the only hope is in the education of those people in better things, in right principles. And that is key, right principles. It says, let physicians teach the people that restorative power is not in drugs, but in nature. And this is why throughout this entire week, we've been going through step by step the healing modality of the use of natural remedies. And as a result, friends, I tell you, we've seen God working miraculously. I tell you, God, this is what God wants from us. Very simply put, God is saying today, all I want, my son, my daughter, I want your obedience. When we couple the obedience, putting forth that effort, that human effort, combined with divine nature, then we can be able to see the wonderful and miracles that God is desiring to fulfill within our lives. Have we, you ask a question like, why are there so many sick Christians on hospital beds today? Like, why? I mean, they pray over their meal, they pray over their food. Is there a part that we have to play? And I'm going to continue reading here from that powerful book, Ministry of Healing, page 127. It says, disease. What did it say? Disease is an effort of nature to free the system from conditions that result from a violation of the laws of health. Now, we covered what disease was throughout the week. But disease we saw was like a friend that comes in to be able to free the system from conditions that results from us violating the laws of health. We are our own enemies. But then it's a friend that you do not want to keep. It's a friend, but one that comes, then you say goodbye. Now, you need to be able to get the previous lectures to be able to understand what I mean by disease being a friend. But then don't miss this point I'm about to make right now. It says, in case of sickness, 4 steps to healing. Are you ready for these 4 steps? Today, we're going to show you 4 secrets that is so simple. Whether you're in Africa, whether you're in Europe, in the Caribbean islands, whether you're in the Americas or Australia, or wherever you are, those are 4 secrets each and every one could apply without even spending another dollar, another penny, another dime. Are you ready for these 4 steps? Now, if no one says yes, I think I might just skip over this part. But if you're ready, let me know in the chat below. All right, Velma, someone is ready, right? So let's see this here. So 4 steps for healing. This is what it says. It says, in case of sickness. Now, those steps are so simple, you'll think like, whoa, oh, this is extremely simple. That is the powerful thing about God's message of healing. It is so simple that it's accessible to all. It tells us this. It says, in case of sickness, 1, the cause should be ascertained. 2, unhealthful conditions should be changed. So first thing it says, the cause ascertained, means it's supposed to be searched out. Like, what is causing my sickness? Like, what is it? Is it my environment? Is it my lifestyle practices? Like, maybe am I really stressed? Like, what is it that is doing it? Then it says 2, not only must the cause be ascertained, unhealthful conditions must be changed. Like, there are certain times we need to remove ourselves from a certain area. We need to remove ourselves maybe from even a certain workspace or whatever the case may be, because it is toxic to our health and to our healing process. And not only that, but also 3, it says wrong habits must be corrected, meaning that there are things in our lives that we ought not to take for granted. Like, we need to really look and see, okay, you know what? Am I drinking the right amounts of water? Am I putting the right foods into my body? Am I resting well? Like, those wrong habits need to be corrected. But notice number 4, which we'll be talking about today throughout this class. Number 4, it says, then, after we have implemented those things, make those changes in our lives. And notice something here. When we make those changes, those natural remedies work even more powerfully. because we have made those simple changes. It says, then nature is to be assisted in her effort to expel impurities and reestablish right conditions in the system. So notice what is going on here. It says nature is to be assisted in an effort to do what? To expel, or in other words, to cleanse, or in other words, to detox impurities from the body. And that's what we'll be seeing here today. How can we assist nature in that cleansing process? How can we assist the body in that process of restoration? And I tell you a powerful thing that God has given to us. He has given to us a human body. And God has placed in the human body the mechanisms that is needed to be able to restore even from diseases that was to come even in 2020 and 2021. You think God didn't foresee that there will be COVID-19 that was to come to us even today? God has placed what you call an immune system, friends. He has placed mechanisms in your bodies so that way we can be able to achieve optimal health by just strengthening our body to do what it already knows to do. We don't have to add something else in our body and try to tell it what to do, something that is foreign and toxic. The body already knows what to do, friends. So let's just leave Bill's devices to himself. You see, even as we go on even further, we're going to see this one more text before we go into some demonstrations here. I want to give one more Bible text here. And again, we are going through a cleansing class and natural remedies for cleansing and detoxification. So notice something here. In the book of Matthew chapter 9, verse 17. Let's look at this final text as we go on even to some practical demonstrations right now. So in the book of Matthew, what chapter did I say? Matthew, we're looking at chapter 9, and we're looking at verse 17. This is what it says. It tells us, neither do men put new wine into old bottles. It says, else the bottles break, and the wine runneth out, and the bottles perish. But they put new wine into new bottles, and both are preserved. Both are preserved. Now, one of the powerful principles this text brings to us here is, do not put new wine into old bottle skin. I mean, the Bible says, you know what? Put that new wine into new bottles. So think about the bottle as the human frame, the human being. You know, and think about that principle for a moment. If you put in new wine and, you know, that new wine representation of that nutrition that you put in, that good food that you put into the body, maybe you're so inspired right now, you say, I need to make a change right now in my lifestyle. I need to start eating healthy. I need to start living healthy. Okay, yes, you may be doing all those good things, but sometimes we wondering, why is it that I've been plant-based for the past, the past 2 years, the past 5 years, the past 10 years, and this is still happening to me? You know, we may be thinking like, well, I've been eating healthy, I've been eating clean, and this is still going on. Well, maybe you may be eating good foods, but you're having very poor digestion, poor assimilation, poor absorption. Have you ever thought about that before? It may not be what you're eating, but it may be what you're not absorbing into your body, what you're not digesting, breaking down. You know, and again, we're going to see how powerful this is, because if we can have a new bottle, if we can cleanse this human being, make that a new bottle again, then your body is in a position where it's better able to absorb the food particles and convert it into good blood. Principle to remember, Leviticus 17:11, it tells us this as we look at this for a moment. Leviticus 17:11, this is what it tells us. It says, the life of the flesh is in the blood. Where is the life of the flesh? The life of the flesh is in the blood, meaning that there is life in the blood. If you want to have life, if you want to have health, then it only makes sense to have clean and pure blood. Does that make sense to you? But the question is, how do we make good blood? Because if we can have good blood, then we can have good life, that we can have good health. How do we make good blood? What makes up our blood? You see, friends, we have so many blood cells throughout the body, and those blood cells are dependent upon certain factors in order for it to be healthy. Those cells need food. Those cells need water. Those cells need air. Those cells need freedom from toxins and poisons. And you think about that for a moment. Are we providing food that will create life in our blood? Are we drinking the water that will create life in our blood? Are we breathing in the air that will create life in our blood? We're going to show you here that if we can, put our blood in a position where it's a lot more healthy, we've detoxed our blood, we've cleansed it out, we're in a better position to allow our body to heal and restore. I'm going to share more with you as we go on. Without further delay, we're going to be starting off with our demonstrations here for today. And we're going to be building up on a point here. And we're going to go through what you call the 7 channels of elimination. Now, I'm sure we have wonderful scholars and people in here, smart people like yourself and medical professionals and nurses and many others. Quick question for everyone in the chat. Let me know very quickly, what are the 7 channels of elimination? Like, name a few of them. Like, there are 7 main channels of elimination. Like, whichever one comes to your mind. Like, someone says the skin, and the skin is the largest out of them all. Very good. Someone else says the liver. Someone else says the kidney. It says urine. I mean, that's part of the urinary system, right? Very good. Someone says the heart. Well, associated with the circulatory system. Great. Which again, the blood is eliminating fluid. Someone says the intestines, connected with the entire gastrointestinal area. Definitely the colon, that is a huge component. Someone says the lymph, the entire lymphatic system. Someone says the lungs. I think we have wonderful people on there. And I think you should really be teaching a lot of this here today. It's wonderful minds. It keeps going and going. The nose, very good, right? The respiratory aspect. Okay, we have some wonderful people on here today. And even as we go on even further, we're going to be looking at like really going through each one of those and seeing how can we be able to detox the colon? How can we be able to detox the liver? How can we clean our blood, like from the parasites, toxic waste, and all those things? How can we cleanse our respiratory system? And we're going to be seeing all of this as we go on even further and seeing how we can help in that situation. Now, one of the things we'll be seeing here as well is one of the foundations to a lot of the cleansing that we'll be talking about. I'll be going through, starting off first, is a powerful way to detoxify really like all these organs throughout our body. Like, how can we cleanse our blood? And we're going to start off through that way as well, like really showing something that impacts our blood. And if our blood is impacted, guess what? It helps the liver, it helps the kidney, it helps the skin. I mean, it's all interconnected. But we're setting a foundation here as we go into many others. Because many times when we speak about cleansing, it's really also like an abstinence from food for a certain period in time. I mean, there's a wonderful book. Hopefully I get this this page here, but in Ministry of Healing, there's a wonderful portion here that says, let me see, this is on page, maybe like page 236, page 236 in Ministry of Healing. This is what it says. It says, intemperate eating is often the cause of sickness. And what nature needs most is to be relieved of the undue burden that has been placed upon her. In many cases of sickness, the very best remedy is for, it says the very best remedy is for the patient to fast for a meal or two, that the overworked organs of digestion may have an opportunity to rest. This was page 236 Ministry of Healing. Now, it says many times, what we need is to fast from a meal or two. And many times, like, we can experience a lot more healing as a result. Like, isn't that powerful? Like, how often do we take a break from eating? Like, that is one thing I tell you we do every single day. If I ask you the question, what is one of the most abused organs of our bodies? What is one of the most abused organs of our bodies? Some may say, well, maybe it's the mouth. We talk too much. Maybe some may say it's our bowels. We use it so often. But friends, it's that stomach that is being worked every day. I mean, to the point where we constantly putting something in, constantly have to eat something, and literally all through and right before bedtime, friends, we eat and we wake up again, and guess what we do when we wake up? First spot we go is where? To the worship room, right? No, to the refrigerator. Open it up and get something again. And I tell you, friends, all night, all day, that stomach is being worked. So we're going to see here, how we can be able to give that a break. And I remember we went to do a seminar in Queens. We're in Queens and we're doing a seminar, and there's a young man in the audience. We were talking about cleansing. And as we were talking about cleansing, I remember we asked the question and we say, well, has anyone done a cleansing here before? I asked you the same question today. Have any of you done a cleanse before? And the next question we asked, it says, what is the longest time you've ever done a cleanse for? I asked you the same question today. What is the longest time you've ever done a cleanse before? That young man at the at that seminar, he said, well, I've been able to do a cleanse from 1 meal to the next. We said, whoa, this is just from 1 meal to, is not even considered cleansing. A couple hours in between from breakfast to lunch. I say, have mercy. And we're going to be seeing here is the principle is true for many of us today. It's like so many times, we just like constantly so hooked on the food that we eat, not realizing sometimes like this body of ours needs some rest. Are you ready to give it some rest after you learn those principles? Actually, just last week, my wife and I, we were both actually on a cleansing program. We're on a cleansing program, juicing for several days together. And it was a wonderful experience. It was a wonderful experience. We actually ended a few days ago. So we're going to start off with juicing here. We're going to start off with juicing and showing you how to be able to juice and just the powerful benefits of juicing before we go into each of the eliminating channels. Then afterwards, we're going to show you an overall view of how you can put those things together. Overall view of how you can put that entire cleansing regimen together. Now, the powerful thing about juicing is this, and within juicing, there is something within like our, when it comes to our different foods, like whether it may be from cucumbers, or whether you may have anything from string beans, or even like carrots, or whatever the case may be, like within that food, we have something that is called chlorophyll. And there's something powerful about chlorophyll here for a moment. When you look at the entire chemical structure and makeup of that chlorophyll that is found in those plants, chlorophyll has a strong resemblance to that of our hemoglobin. Chemical-wise, any chemist could look at it and be like, oh man, this is almost identical. Those same foods from the ground that God has given to us, our blood, almost identical. The only difference is that which is in the center, main difference, that which is in the center of that chemical equation. With the chlorophyll, you have magnesium. With the hemoglobin, you have iron. But then, friends, I tell you, it's no wonder why God has given us food from the ground, food from the dirt, from the soil. And he says, to you, it shall be for meat. And that word meat here means for food. It says, hey, when God came to Adam and Eve in the beginning, he said, hey, I'm going to give you a diet that is unlike any other diet. A diet that will cause you to be over 16 feet tall. A diet that will maintain you with a couple thousand pounds. A diet that will be able to allow you to be like, just proportionately distributed in your muscular structure. It says a diet that will allow you to live for hundreds and hundreds of years. And he says, this diet, my son, is down in the soil. It's from a root-based system, from a soil-based system. And as Adam looked around and he saw the elephants, and he saw the giraffe, and he turned and he saw the cow, and he said, Lord, surely you've done a good thing when you said to eat from the soil. Because if I could be as big and strong like the elephants, if I can be as big as the gorilla and tall like the giraffe who's only eating but plants, Lord, there is some wisdom in there. Well, thank you. And as Adam implemented this in his life, Adam received, wonderful, many years being added to his life as long as he was faithful to the Lord. And we're going to see here how we too could take advantage of those foods from the soil and get even more nutrients condensed into a wonderful drink of freshly pressed juice. And this is something that is biblical as well. As we move on, I'm going to share with you as we go forward even more. But this is what I'm going to do today. We're going to do juices, and we're going to show you how to be able to juice. And let me show you something here as we go on even further. I'm going to share something with you. But notice this item, this device that I have here. This here is it's called a juicer. This here is specifically a champion juicer. And there are different types of juices as well. Different types of juices that one could be able to get. Now, there are your regular type of juices that you can get in like a regular store. And, that may be like maybe like your Breville juicers, there are many other categories and names that you can actually find. Now, there are a lot of the cheaper end ones, which may be like centrifugal juicers. Those may not last like a long time in preserving a lot of the oxygen, nutrients, and so on. But then it still works. I mean, wherever you are, like even if you don't have a juicer, I'm going to share with you things. Even if you blend it, like whatever you could do, it works. But definitely having a juicer is a huge help. Then I have what you call here a champion juicer. There are other ones as well. There is like Green Star, and there are so many other brands that are out there. But then this is what you call a mastication juicer. It masticates it. You put the food in, which we'll be demonstrating very soon, and it begins to masticate. You hear that? It's already turning on the inside, and it will begin to masticate the food. But then there's also something that is called a press juicer as well. And those will be like like the Norwalk and so on, where there's still a mastication process that goes in, but there's also a press where it just pushes it together, presses it out, and the liquid all comes out. So again, there is the mastication, there is a centrifugal, and there is a press. But today we're using a mastication juicer, which is a champion. Now, whatever you have at home, whatever you have in your nearby supermarkets and so on, definitely those things could be used. Now, enough about the juices. We're going to go into some of the food items we have here and talk about some of the benefits of different juices and how we can be able to sort of understand which juice should I use, like what should be my choice of juices. Now, let me show you, for example, here. If you look at that for a moment, then let's talk about a carrot for now. Like you have a carrot here and you wonder, okay, what are carrots good for? What are carrots good for? So basically, carrots are good for, especially the liver. Like one of the big aspects of carrots is that of liver cleansing. And a lot of times the liver, I tell you, is one that is extremely toxic, one that is like extremely, it's just filled with so much gunk and toxic waste. And we're going to be seeing like, how can we be able to like assist the body through that means? So carrots are good, like someone says, for the eyes. It's high in vitamin A. It helps with like liver detoxification. It helps purify the blood. And I'll tell you this, if there's one food on planet Earth that is the most powerful for liver detoxification when it comes to juicing, it is that of carrots. And that's how powerful carrot is. Like even if someone has, different issues, like even cirrhosis of the liver, someone has cirrhosis of the liver, like literally juicing carrots is powerful for that. Juicing carrots is powerful for that. And when you think about that for a moment as well, when it comes to different issues, like sometimes you may say, okay, well, look, the eye is already discolored, it's already orange looking and so on. Like this is a wonderful thing that we've seen working miracles. We've had people come over to our center and their entire, they had an inflamed liver to the point where it was bulging out. Like literally, we have so many people coming in with a bulging liver, an inflamed liver that is swollen. And as we implement a lot of the therapies and a lot of cleansing strategies that we'll be seeing here today, we're going to see how powerful those things work. But there are times when you can just do a single juice. Like sometimes you don't necessarily have to mix it in with many things. Like literally just doing carrot juice alone could be enough. like throughout your entire cleansing. And we're going to share with you how you can take those juices as well. Now, even for a newborn baby, let's just say for whatever reason, that baby is unable to drink mother's milk, which is the best thing that they can literally drink at such a time. Like, the best beverage for a baby is the mother's milk. But then even carrot juice is a wonderful substitute as well, if for whatever reason that is not even available. So again, carrot is like a wonderful and powerful food. Then you have other foods that are like cucumbers. Now, I'm sure many of you may eat cucumber in your salad. Growing up, this was actually something we ate in our salad quite often. And we're going to be seeing something here because, with cucumbers as well, it gives a diuretic effect. It gives a diuretic effect. And with that, basically, a lot of people with different illnesses like blood pressure issues or maybe things related to the urinary tract and whatever it is, a lot of times, like just activating the entire kidneys, just activating like the kidneys, it has a huge impact upon our health. And by that simple, that's the simple drink, just cucumber juice, it activates the flow of urine, it cleanses the urinary tract, it helps with being able to release a lot of toxic waste from there. Now we have other things like, for example, celery here. Let me show you quickly the celery. And with this celery, basically, if you look at this for a moment, it's like something that is extremely powerful for like blood pressure. You have like celery seed, which is extremely good, but just the celery itself is also diuretic, but it also has wonderful minerals that naturally helps with things like blood pressure issues, actually helps with like diabetes and many other conditions. But talking about diabetes, we have another juice here, another food here that could be juice that basically is called string beans. And like we saw in one of the previous classes as well, juicing this string bean, it has a phytochemical in there that is called inulin. And it's so powerful, like just literally putting that entire thing through the juicer, this naturally helps to be able to increase what, it increases the phytochemical in there that is called inulin. It adds inulin into the body, which is close, or it mimics the function of insulin, which if you understand the makeup of insulin, what does insulin do for diabetics, for people with high sugar levels? Insulin, it goes in, it helps drive that sugar. It helps drive that high sugar into the bloodstream, into the cells. It's like that key. It goes in and it opens the door and it says, hey, sugar, come in. And no longer is sugar like roaming about in the bloodstream anymore. So we're going to be seeing like there are so many powerful juices that God has given to us. I'm going to mention another one again. Have you ever heard the saying before that says an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Now, have you ever heard that before? Now, growing up, I thought that this was really, it's just a saying, it's just a nice saying, something nice to say, but not realizing that, hey, apple is actually a powerful food. Like this food here is one of the kings of the foods. And I tell you, if an apple away will keep the doctor away, I'm going to eat an apple every day. Well, I know that the same amount of time we spend going to our lawyers should be the same amount of time we should spend going to our doctors. We almost don't really need them. If we take care of ourselves. If we don't take care of ourselves, then hey, then we need to be able to ensure that we check after our health and so on, but especially using God's approach. But something about an apple. Apple has one of the highest oxygen contents in the entire world. Apple is a food that has one of the highest forms of oxygen content, one of the highest. And with that as well, if you think about an apple, basically there was a study that was done as well where someone actually put in like some type of a virus into the apple juice. And they noticed that they put in so many different types into there. And by the time it went down the glass all the way to the bottom, like 99% of them actually died in the process of just going from the top, sinking down to the bottom. And that is how powerful apple is. That is how powerful apple is in the body. So I tell you, friends, when you hear the saying, an apple a day keeps the doctor away, there's actually some truth to that. Wonderful and powerful truths to that as well. And let me mention this final benefit here from one of the other juices. Then after, we're going to make a juice together. And I'm really excited for this, making a wonderful juice together with you. So that way we can be able to see how we can be able to get on our road to optimal and powerful health. So look at this here. Anyone knows what this is in my hands? What is this? Does anyone know what this is? Someone says cabbage. Now, this cabbage, unfortunately, we got it recently at the store, and it wasn't really the greenest. And when I like picking cabbage, I like when it has a lot of the heavy, dark green. And there's a wonderful principle, a wonderful reason why, because with the green as well, there are lots of different nutrients, lots of different phytochemicals, like it's really nutrient dense, nutrient rich. So let us really take advantage of the greener ones. However, cabbage is a juice that is extremely powerful for digestive issues. So we're going over all those juices because this will give us an idea of, okay, well, what can we use the certain juices for? Like even if maybe we don't have anything wrong with us, but maybe sometimes we have digestive issues, like maybe adding more cabbage to our juices could actually help in that process. So cabbage is something that is very what you call mucilaginous. It is mucilaginous, or it's almost like a demulcent. And what happened is that it brings like a coating as well. It forms like a coating with the entire digestive tract. And as a result of that, it actually helps with like things like ulcers and peptic conditions and all different types of gastritis and so on. Like many of our digestive issues could be solved by cabbage juice. I tell you, friends, like even my sister, some years ago, like maybe like 8 years ago, she was experiencing an ulcer. It was an ulcer in the stomach area, and she was vomiting, and it was a very difficult time for her. And it was, she was basically in so much pain. She was weak. I mean, so many things were going on. And I remember when we put on a simple diet. One of the things that we did for her was juicing cabbage. And cabbage juices, we couple that with like potato juices as well. But with just like cabbage juices and potato juices, basically with that as well, she was able in just 1 week time experience full healing from that ulcer that she had in the stomach area. And literally, like with that, within just a week, being able to get those results, like from since then, like many years afterwards, she haven't had that problem again. And I'm telling you, friends, this is something like God has given us something powerful in nature. And, sometimes we think like, okay, Lord, yes, you're giving this to us, but this one over here has a lot more like scientific backing behind it. I'm like, what? You're looking for something that has like a scientific backing when there's something that has a divine origination? Friends, I tell you, there's no other powerful science than the scientist who creates science. He is a scientist above all scientists. And how many ingredients you find there? Can you read the side effects there for me? I remember earlier this week, we were wondering what is the side effects of different herbs. Now, read the fine print on this camera here. I just love anyone to be able to go ahead and let me know what are the side effects you read right there. I hope that's close enough for you, but I haven't seen anyone responding with the side effects. You see, and that is the powerful thing about nature. The good thing is this, that there's little to no side effects at all. I tell you, friends, be careful to use cabbage because one of the side effects is that you may experience restoration from your peptic ulcers. What a wonderful side effect. What a wonderful side effect. And even as we go on even further, we're going to look and we're going to dive now into some juices. Like, I'm not sure how many of you juiced before, but if it's your first time juicing, maybe you've never juiced before, like I'm really excited to be able to go through this juicing with you. And we're going to make a wonderful juice here today. And we're going to make a juice for diabetes. And before I go to the juice for diabetes, this here as well, cabbage is also like any of those is called, those are basically like your coarser vegetables. A lot of your coarse vegetables like your cabbages, your broccolis, your Brussels, like a lot of those type of vegetables are very good anti-estrogenic vegetables, very good anti-estrogenic vegetables. And, your broccolis and all those things. Those are very good, even for females with hormonal issues and breast cancer. And many of those conditions, like adding in a lot of those to your juice regimen actually helps in a very powerful way. And, so take advantage of this. Like those are just a few types of juices examples that we listed. However, this is a wonderful way to get started. Like literally you can do those single items, but you can also mix it in together with other juices that will make it powerful. You can mix it in with other juices that will allow it to be a powerful mix, a powerful beverage. And I'm going to actually make one of our juices here. And for those who are actually, who've been with us throughout this week, those who have actually registered for the entire 7-day training, within your manuals, I'm going to share with you like one of the recipes here that we use at the center at Eden Lifestyle Center, and which is called the diabetes. And it's close to the word, die or beat it. What are you willing to do? Are you willing to beat it today? I'm sure we have many people who are willing to fight. I tell you, friends, one of the first things to healing and restoration is getting the mind right. If you can have a will that is strong, that is empowered to be able to receive the healing that you desire, a will that is strong enough to make the choices that is needed to experience your restoration, that is one of the most powerful things you can have. I tell you, if many of our guests come to the center, a lot of them come discouraged. They come disheartened. They come hopeless. And just as a result of just trusting in God and knowing that there is a way to restoration, friends, they leave with what you call hope. I tell you, this is probably one of the reasons why many of them today are cancer-free, why many of them today are diabetes-free, why many of them today are hypertensive-free, because they know that there was a hope. And as a result of their obedience to these programs, that they were able to experience powerful results. They're able to experience powerful results. So I'm going to go to the manual. I'm going to tell you what page it is in right now. And we're going to actually make this recipe here. It's a really good recipe of ours. We actually use it at our center. And at our center, we've been able to see wonderful and powerful results, even just in the cleansing stages. Like literally, diabetics would come to the center, and in 2, 3, 4 days, their blood sugars, which was once like 300, 250, 200, is now like 100, 90, 80, in just like 3 days. We're wondering, like, what is it that we've been doing? Like, so far, we're just literally cleansing the body, but things are already going back in order. Things are going in place by just a simple cleansing. By doing what? Like sometimes we wonder, like, Lord, it's just been 7 days of cleansing, and they're already seeing so many powerful results. Like literally, we had a lady came in, her B12 levels was extremely low. And we're talking about like cleansing aggressively, like colon cleansing and liver cleansing and blood cleansing. People would say, oh man, wouldn't you wash away all her remaining bacteria if you cleanse so aggressive? I said, what bacteria? She doesn't have even bacteria to start with. She's already so toxic. So why not cleanse the body so we can make healthier bacteria? So it was simple. 1 week, cleanse the entire body. She went back, she checked on the Monday, she left the Sunday. On the Monday, she checked, B12 levels shoot up. As a result, she was able to help in restoring herself. She's able to help in restoring, in terms of her B12 levels and increasing her B12 levels. So without any further delay, let's go to this juice recipe. Let me just get this quickly. It's called our diabetes juice. Our diabetes juice. Are you ready? So then there are 4 main ingredients, and we're going to do some alterations here, but this is to be able to show us how to juice. There are 4 main ingredients. There's 4 ounces of string beans in it. Take down the recipe. Make sure you have a pen. This is on page 82. Page 82. It says diabetes juice from 81 to 82. It says 4 ounces of string bean. And remember, string bean has something in there that is called inulin. And as a result of inulin, friends, we see how this wonderful but powerful little food that God has created have worked powerfully in reducing sugar levels dramatically, miraculously. So 4 ounces of string bean juice, 4 ounces of cucumber juice, and also 4 ounces of celery juice and 4 ounces of kale. But today we will be using we'll be using cabbage in place of kale. So sometimes you can be able to do it like that as well. So this is what I'm going to do. So what you want to do first is you want to make sure you've washed all your different food items. So if you were to do the cabbage, you'll definitely have to cut the cabbage as well. So you cut the cabbage enough to be able to fit through the hole that is in the juicer. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about here for a moment. But you just want to go ahead. Cut the cabbage small enough. And we're going to see something here, how we're going to implement this for a moment. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to rest the cabbage in there, in my bowl to the front. And don't worry, we're doing it without gloves today because you wouldn't be drinking this wonderful juice, right? But then, you know, good bacteria is always nice having a little bacteria sometimes. Okay, great, wonderful. So let's see something here. So what I'm going to do is put this on here, my juicer, and then there are different components of the juicer. I'm just going to explain to you very quickly what is in there. If I open up this juicer, we have what you call the blade. This is the blade that does the mastication. This blade here does the mastication. So I'm going to go ahead and put this into the juicer. Then you have the opening here that allows you to place the vegetables or fruits, whichever it is that you're juicing inside of. And then to the back of it, you have a filter area here that is able to filter the juices. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to set this up. I'm going to put something low enough to be able to capture the juice. Put something low enough to capture the juice. And I'm just going to add something towards the end, right here, to be able to put in what you call the pulp after it is done. So, all right, let's see this here. We have wonderful decors and everything else in the way and making everything look wonderful and nice. So let's see here this quick illustration of how we could be able to juice. Now, it's very simple. It's something that you can all do at home. There are many other types of juicers. This one is the champion juicer. I find this works very good with hard vegetables, like, let's say, things that are not stringy. Like, you know, if you have to do carrots, cabbages, and cucumbers, like, it's very good with those. You know, but when it comes to more stringy stuff, it could be a little more tiring, because after a while of lots of strings, then you may have to like take it out, clean it, and so on. But Green Star works extremely good for like stringy vegetables, maybe like celeries and kale and all those other smaller vegetables. Green Star works really well. You can get a regular juicer, it doesn't matter. The main thing is this: when you juice, ideally it's best to be able to drink it within the same day. Like, especially too, if you have like a cheaper end juicer, which works fine. You don't want to make it stay for more than 24 hours before you drink it. It's most powerful always to drink it within 24 hours. And again, if you're unable to do it within 24 hours, like if you have a juicer like this here, which is a masticating juicer, whether it may be an Omega, a Champion, a Green Star, whichever one that you have, like those could actually maintain itself for up to 3 days. Of course, after 3 days, it may not be as potent as it was the very first day or the very first minute or second of juicing it, but they could last up to 3 days as well. Ideally, having a fresh batch of juice is always ideal every single day, but we understand if you're working or if you're on the move or active, it's perfectly fine. It's better than doing nothing if you can be able to like get those juices in. So let us see something here. Let's start with the cabbage. I'm going to turn this on. And notice how it, you know, just look at everything here. I'm going to like push the cabbage in. I'm pressing it. Let's see how we can make a wonderful juice. I may not make the entire juice here today because, again, time. So this is the cabbage we're doing right now. Very good for digestive issues. It's a cruciferous vegetable. Cruciferous vegetables helps a lot with a lot of hormonal issues. It helps with many different conditions that we have today. And there's so many potent benefits of it. It's anti-inflammatory. If someone has even like different pains, like it really helps, even arthritic pains and so on. But it varies. Like sometimes, for arthritis, sometimes you may even have to stay away from like different nightshade vegetables. Although like internally, sometimes it could be very, the anti-inflammatory aspect is very helpful, but because of the nightshade elements, it could still impact people's health. It could still impact the health of some people. So I won't juice too much of the cabbage. I'm just demonstrating here. I'm going to move on to, let's just say we have 4 ounces of cabbage, which replaced our kale on the remedy. Then afterwards, we're going to do cucumber, because we're making what you call a diabetic. Now, I wouldn't make the exact diabetic formula, but this is for demonstration purposes right now. This is for demonstration purposes. Someone is asking, where is your debris going? It's going into my container to the right. It's going into my container to the right. It's not dropping down on the floor anywhere, right? Wonderful, wonderful. Cleanliness is next to godliness. Praise the Lord. Look at that. So now I'm going to juice this cucumber, and it releases lots of liquid. Cucumber is also one that is very good. Like we said, it's a very good diuretic. It actually helps with like lots of different kidney issues. Like if someone is unable to use it,
I got off and I cannot even get back on.
Good.
I needed to join the meeting.
Really apologize so far for the technical difficulties. Right now, we're actually in the studio working very hard to get the connection back. To get the connection back, we've lost power, and please give us a few more minutes. Give us a minute or two, and we will be back. We lost power. Keep on praying for this entire program. We pray. We know that God will be victorious in the end. And so far we've
Medications
gone
can give us a
back
false sense
a
of
couple of minutes
security.
afterwards,
Even if a person
and we're in
takes
the
heart
process
medicines,
of
eating a lot of
getting our systems back up and running to continue this live. So appreciate it so much. Thank you for your patience.
Ever wish you didn't have to fold laundry, mow the lawn, or take out the trash? A study published recently in the Archives of Internal Medicine found that seniors who expended the most energy on daily duties were less likely to have mental declines as they aged. Participants in the most active group were 91% less likely to experience declines in memory, concentration, and language abilities after 5 years than those in the least active group.
From our main production system. So again, let us pray. Let us just pray. Let's pause for a word of prayer right now. Let's pause for a word of prayer. Father in heaven, we just thank you, Lord, for your mercies. We thank you for everyone that is on this platform here today. Dear Father, we know that your word needs to go forward, and I pray that even as we continue on, that you may work mighty fully, and that you continue. Okay, okay, great. I'm not sure if everyone heard me. It's muted, but I'll just pray as well, so that we can be able to continue on without any more disturbances. But thank you so much for everyone that is on. We almost back at the beginning, but I'll just talk a little bit more. Just finish praying, continue to pray as well as we move forward. But I'll just talk a little more before we set up our main set here again. So what we were making just now was our diabetes formula. And we recognize that, with this diabetic, it's a powerful juice that we have been able to use to help many diabetics to assist in the entire recovery process. So far, we've added in the cabbage. It was on page 82. In place of the kale, we added in the cabbage. Now we were juicing our cucumbers when the entire breaker tripped. And there are so many things that was happening. But now we got some cucumber juice in it. It's for demonstration purposes. We're not doing the exact formula right now. But also, we basically about to do also our celery. So there are 4 main components in this. There's a kale, we replace it with cabbage. There's a cucumber, there's a celery, and there is the string bean. Someone is asking, how long do they have to take the juice? We're going to go over more details in terms of the time frame for the juices as well. However, individuals could be able to, minimum I'll say for good cleanse is like 3 days, but you can go up to like 7 days if you like. You can go also up to 10 days. And we have even a 30-day program that we put people on to be able to detox the body. And people say, why 30 days? Like, hey, if something is terrible happening with you right now, or maybe you're having a very extreme condition, maybe your condition is terminal, maybe like there is a really chronic issue that you just want to fix. Like sometimes we have to go that extra step to be able to actually help the body in the healing and recovery process. So what we're going to be doing right now is seeing how can we be able to take advantage of that restoration so that we can be able to experience the wonderful healing that God desires for us to experience. So how is it going there as well? I know we're not having the best audio as well right now. And then also we'll be adding our string beans in. So very first right now as we move into our other remedies, here. And even as we wait, I'm just continuing to dialogue so that way we can have the entire technical, all the devices back on as well. But someone says, can this juice help with kidney disease? We can even answer some questions right now. It's a good time for that. Definitely it helps with kidney disease, especially using a lot of your diuretic juices. It actually helps. You can have parsley in there. You can have celery, cucumber, all those are very good. Another one for kidney disease is what you call watermelon juice. And what you can do as well, we might even talk about it later on, But for the kidneys, like you can literally get your watermelon, seeded watermelon. Like you take that entire juice, place it in a blender, and blend the entire thing up. And as you blend up the entire like watermelon with the seeds, it's a powerful way to be able to detox the kidneys, to cleanse the kidneys, So praise the Lord, we got things working again, and I'll see you on our main step.
Most U.S. adults don't know if they are consuming too much sodium in their diet, and many don't even care. The International Food Information Council found that 70% of the 1,003 U.S. adults surveyed did not know what the dietary guidelines for sodium were. 59% were not concerned about their sodium intake, despite the fact that most Americans are consuming twice as much sodium as recommended. That's a fact, but there's hope. Try reducing your daily consumption to less than 2,300 milligrams of sodium, or less than 1,500 milligrams if you are over 51 African American.
And someone else is, I'm going to see what other question we have here as well. It says, do you juice and eat food? We're going to come more details to that very soon, but then ideally if you're in a cleansing program, primarily what is always best we recommend is just sticking to juices, like being able to do like juicing, like just juicing. That is what is like ideal, that is what is best. However,
of any age, or if you suffer from hypertension, kidney disease, or diabetes. The good news is that taste for salt is acquired. By gradually cutting down on processed foods and adding salt to your foods, your taste buds will adjust. Most U.S. adults don't know if they
can we also make it a nice co-host so we can get back on? Really, welcome back. It's been a very insightful, interesting few minutes, but I know God is good and He is able to work everything out. And let me just pray again because I'm just so thankful. Just pray a prayer of thanksgiving. Father, we just thank you for what you have done. And so often, dear Father, we pray for you to do something, but how often we pray to thank you for what you have done. So we're just grateful that you brought everything back. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Amen. And we're going to come to more of your questions as we go along. I see wonderful questions here as well. So at this time, what we will be doing is, so far we've juiced our cabbage and now we're doing like our cucumbers. And basically, we're passing, just put it through the juicer. The cucumber juice, wonderful, coming along. Then afterwards, I'm going to get some celeries, like, wonderful celery that we could be able to use and that we could be able to juice. And it's very simple how you do it. Like I would just like break this to shorten it. You can cut it, but right now I'm just going to like break it. And this is basically something that you could be able to do for your entire juicing program. So I'm going to take the celery here. I'm going to put it in to the top part. All right, so we have celery. Now the final thing I'm going to be doing, the final one I'm going to be doing right now is some string beans, And let me just take some here so that way we can actually see how it is when we actually get to juice the string beans. I'm not going to do the full 4 ounces, but again, you follow the recipe, please. So I'm going to turn this on again and notice here as we put this in. Wow, look at that, look at that. So this is what just happened. On one side, we have pulp that was added in from the juicer. The fiber aspect was placed aside in here. Then on another side, we have our main drink, which is our juice. If I can get a wonderful jar to put this in so we can be able to have this, but we have our main drink as well. On one side, we have our wonderful drink. And let me just get this jar here, pour this in so you can see how wonderful this looks. Let's see how gently we could be able to pour this in. Wow, look at that. This is a blood sugar blasting drink. Looks so delicious. Whoa. Isn't that delicious? Now, the great thing is this, like literally in this juice, like you can have a whole bunch of vegetables and you pass it through the juicer, and you have a huge meal that is just concentrated in one drink. And by drinking this, it's a powerful way to be able to detox the body, the blood, and help with many health conditions that we have just through juices. I mean, we've been learning about herbs, we learned about natural remedies and all those things, but juices. Did you know that in the Bible, juices were used? It says to drink so much wine for the stomach's sake. And that wine is not an alcoholic beverage, friends. This is talking about pure grape juice. Those who were weak in the camp, as they were traveling and moving about for the daily toiling. I mean, they were to drink juice for those who were weak. Friends, this is a wonderful remedy God has given to us. And the good thing about this as well, you wonder, like, why is it that, all the fiber is on this side and the juice is on this side? Now, ideally, fiber is great. We'll talk about this in our colon cleansing aspect. It's actually needed to be able to clean out the colon. It's not like a nutrient per se, but then it is so essential that your body actually still needs it, even if many of your fibers are non-soluble fibers. That just goes through the digestive tract. But the thing about this juice is this. Juices goes through the bloodstream in about 30 minutes or less. And on average, about 30 minutes, juices are actually able to enter into the body, go through the bloodstream. So it doesn't go through the regular digestive process. So then that is why what we recommend on your juice cleanse, take note of this as well, because we're building out a cleansing program. So we typically do and recommend to others having 16 ounces of juice. This is a 32-ounce container. So having 16 ounces of juice and drinking that 4 times a day. 4 times a day. And with 16 ounces of juice 4 times a day, this is a wonderful foundation. And what you can do, you can space it out for the day. Let's say you can have one at 8, another one at 11, another one at like 2, and another one at like 5 or 6. And after a certain period in the evening, like especially those who wake up a lot at night, so with prostate issues or many other conditions like that, you may want to consider not drinking anything after like 7 o'clock. And if you really have a lot of trouble, like cut it out even at 6 o'clock, where you stop drinking anything. And let's see how this tastes here today. Whoa! I feel like my blood sugar just dropped. I'm just playing. But then it's a powerful mechanism. Again, once you're done with the juices, this is what I want you to do. I want you to go ahead, take your cap, and close this. You know why? Because oxidation takes place. If you make your juices and you just leave it open, it begins to oxidize, and you don't want that to happen. So go ahead, close it, and drinking your juice even room temperature is always ideal and it's always best. So again, take advantage of this and take advantage of the wonderful juices that you have available. So that's really it for juicing right now. Someone is asking about beets. You can even do beet juices. Beet is actually powerful for building hemoglobin. If someone is anemic, beet juice is something that I strongly recommend. It helps to build your hemoglobin, helps to build your iron count. It actually helps as a blood purifier. It helps to strengthen the heart as well. But one thing to note about the beet is that you don't want to have too much beets in it, because it's a root vegetable. It's very condensed, very concentrated. If you have too much of beet juice, then you literally will feel yourself like, it's like you just feel it in your head. And so then you definitely want to avoid doing too much of that. So I'm just going to put this away for a moment, so that way I can bring my juicer back, and we're going to go through some other remedies here. But this basically is our foundation. And foundation for our entire juicing class, foundation for the juicing aspect. And we're going to go more detail now into the channels of elimination. But with juices, basically, our foundation is this, you can do about 4 juices a day, 16 ounces per juice, and be able to drink that throughout the day. And then after now, we're going to show you if you want to be able to target the colon or the kidney or the blood even more directly to help it even more, we're going to share a few other things that you can do in between the day to actually help. And someone's saying, what about weight loss? Can you lose weight with this? I remember at our center, we always check people's weight when they come in between, and when they leave. And I remember as we were helping people, we had someone that lost 10 pounds in 7 days. We're like, oh, great, wonderful. Someone else came, they lost 10 pounds. They lost, 15, 20 pounds in 7 days. We're like, oh man, 15, 20 pounds in 7 days. Oh, that's a record set of hair. And then afterwards, someone else came in 14 days. They lost 30 pounds. We're like, oh man, someone lost 30 pounds in 14 days. Like, okay, this is like a record. But just recently, this year, we had a gentleman came in. This man was weighing over 500 pounds. This man lost 60 pounds in 14 days. I tell you, friends, this is a powerful way to cleanse. And one of the primary things he was doing was juices. Then we're going to go into more details, looking at each channel of elimination and seeing how we could be able to detoxify the body. But I'm really excited because we're going to be learning how we can be able to take charge of our health by implementing simple but powerful cleansing aspects. And again, we have many recipes in our manual that you can be able to access, even recipes for cancer. Like we have different juice recipes for cancer, for different issues, different conditions that you can access even within our manual as well. And we're going to move forward even more. We're going to move forward into the channels of elimination. We're going to move forward into our channels of elimination. And then we're building upon this point. Now that you understand how to juice, if you like, you can literally just do a juicing program, like with the measurements I shared with you, and be able to get the results that you need. But we want to get even more results than that. We want to detox more specifically those channels of elimination. So today we're going to be starting off with the colon. How can we detoxify the gut? Are you ready? We're going to see how we can detoxify the gut. And this is to note, many people here today, many people around the US, around the world, are really backed up in the colon area. And we're going to talk about this one first. We're going to talk about the colon, one of our eliminating organs. And we're going to see something here because the colon is one of the main organs. It is so impactful that even a guy by the name Jeffrey Kloss, let me actually show you one of the books that he actually wrote, which I recommend to everyone to be able to actually get. It is called the Back to Eden. And with that as well, it's by Jeffrey Kloss. One of the things that he believed in very much is that of colon cleansing. And he was able to work with people with skin conditions, from ulcers and many other health conditions. And all he did at certain times was to just cleanse the colon. He was able to cleanse the colon and able to see different skin conditions going away by just colon cleansing. Now you think about that for a moment. One thing to note about the colon is this. Is that the colon, if waste stays in the colon for a very long time, then you have an accumulation of toxic waste. Imagine toxicity. Imagine having a garbage can that is overflowing in your house for 2 years. Would you want to live in that house? It's in your bedroom. That garbage can is overflowing for the past 2 years. What do you think will happen? The air will be putrefying. And what happens in our body is this. When waste stays into our colon for a long time, those toxins gets reabsorbed into your bloodstream. And as a result, the blood becomes toxic. Notice something here again. Most people carry in the colon a baby. Most people carry in the colon 5 to 25 pounds of waste. It's not a baby you want to keep there for sure. And as a result of that, simply just cleansing the colon could naturally help someone to lose 5 to 25 pounds by just a good colon detox, a good colon cleansing. And we're going to be seeing here, what are some ways we can cleanse the colon? Because another thing to note is majority of people today are indeed constipated. many people cannot use the restroom. And many of us listening may not be able to as well. So we're going to show you practical ways that you could help in alleviating yourself, alleviating your bowels. And majority of people today in the world use the restroom once every 3 days. I remember one time we were in this, there was a young man that we were able to come in contact with. The parents contacted us because that young man for 2 weeks wasn't able to use the restroom. I'm not talking about a grown folk, in the 30s, 40s, 50s. I'm talking about a young teenager. This young teenager for 2 weeks wasn't able to go to the restroom. Not until we were able to introduce to him simple changes along with colon cleansing, this young man was able to finally be released. In fact, there's a man by the name of Dr. John Harvey Kellogg. And, he basically said that using the restroom even once a day is considered chronic constipation. So if you think about it for a moment, many of us listening on right now are in fact chronically constipated. Many of us today are chronically constipated. If we use the restroom once per day, we are chronically constipated. Now, if we have 2 meals a day, we need to have 2 bowel movements per day. We need to release every meal that we have. If we have 3 meals a day, we need 3 bowel movements a day. Are there any individuals good with maths here for a moment? Think about this for a moment, right? Let's say you ate 3 meals today. In 1 week time, 3 meals a day, by 7 days, you have 21. That is 21 bowel movements per week that you need. If you have 1 bowel movement per day, you only having 7 bowel movements per week. So how many are you missing out on? You're literally missing out on 14 bowel movements every week. And you wonder why you're sick. You wonder why you're plant-based, but you still have this health condition. All right, that's a good sound effect here. That's because, if we can really cleanse out our entire program, if we can really cleanse out our entire body, our entire colon, then we can get one step closer to optimal health. So we're going to see how can we be able to do this? How can we be able to do this? One of the main organs for many issues, from cancer issues. Most people with cancer has a toxic bowel. And we're going to share with you some images right now on the screen. I'm going to pull something up because, again, it could be very graphic. If you don't want to see any graphic image right now, we're talking about the colon, friends. If you don't want to see any graphic image, then close your eyes. I'm perfectly fine. I'll tell you when to open it again. Okay? So we're going to look at some, we're going to go through our stool library, our stool museum. Are you ready to look through our museum of poop? So let us go to the next. Those are all what people experience while it's cleansing, like going through the cleansing program. This is something that came out of someone a couple days after. If you go to the next slide, we're just going to go to the next. This is actually from someone else. It's what you call like a mucoid. And when you lift it up, it's like really plasticky. And with the really plasticky substance, it's like extremely toxic. Like literally, like a lot of people are excited when they can get rid of mucoids from the body because that is causing so many health conditions that we have. Let's go to the next. Let's see this here. And as we move even further, it's another mucoid that someone experienced, along with even some of the beet juice that was coming out as well. Sometimes when you do cleansing, just so that way you can see as well. Sometimes you may get like beets in the stool. But one thing to note as well, if you drinking beet juice and you're urinating and you see that your pee is a little pinkish, it's not okay. The good part is it's not blood. It's nothing to be extremely worried about. But on the other side, it could mean that you're not having enough digestive enzymes, that there isn't enough digestive enzymes to be able to properly digest the beets. So then you may have a lack thereof. So definitely digestive health may be something you need to be able to build up even more. And again, I'll let you know when to open your eyes. Those who have a weak stomach, we understand that, and that's perfectly fine. We're going to see our next slide here for a moment. But then there's a lady that emailed us. She's been on a cleansing program, and she started doing our at-home cleanse. And this is what she said. She says, I have a concern. she's been in the cleanse and now she's very concerned, okay? She says, I have a concern. This is day 9. What day? This is day 9 of the cleanse. And I am still pooping too much, right? Should I go on longer? This is graphic. I am sorry, but I had to show you what it was like since day 1. The first picture is the last one I took today, which was on day 9, 3:56 a.m. Do you want to see what the poop was even 9 days later? Look at what is still coming out after 9 days. Like, I remember one time we had a health guest that came to the center on day number 4. It was just liquids and water, liquids coming out and water. And she said, oh, what do you think? Do you think I can stop now? Because, hey, it's just water coming out, right? I said, well, just wait a couple more days. Let's see if there's anything more. Would you imagine on day number 7, boom, the poop just came right out. She said, whoa, I'm so grateful that I continued on. Everything just came right on into that bowl. And if we go to the next, let's see this quickly here. You see here that, it's, that's something else that came out of this same lady on day number 9. And we're going to see another image of her again, another image that she sent. This is actually, again, day number 9. What is still coming out, you see it's very like plasticky type looking. It's mucoid that's built up into the walls. Another one of it that is still coming out on that day number 9. And this lady was really cleansing. And that's good. We won't show any of the liver cleansing right now. But this is just to show you like some things that could come out during that process. And again, you can open your eyes for those who closed it, if there were any of you. But then, those are some things that you could expect. Now, I'm showing you here not to gross you out, but just so that way you can see, okay, what are some things that you could be able to expect? And this is the reality. This is the reality of things that are existing in many of our lives today. Like a lot of us today are really backed up, really constipated because of so much toxicity. It's impacting us. Now we're going to go through some demonstrations on how we can release the kidney, how we can be able to help with the kidneys. And again, not the kidneys, sorry, how we can help with the colon. And again, we're going to see something here in our manuals. We're going to see something here in our manuals. Let us see something here for a moment as we look at our colon cleansing. So we're going to talk, it's on page 106, page 106. Now, I'm going to list several things that you can use to detox your colon, cleanse it out. One of them is this. Constipation is lemon water. It's a very simple one, but I mentioned in the simple ones as well. So that way people who may not have all the conveniences could use something like literally you can put like 1 lemon in 2 cups of water. That is like a very mild type of colon cleansing. Also, another one that we want to share with you here that is right within your entire advanced natural remedies training manual that we've been using as well throughout this entire course is that of olives. Like literally on your regular day, like eating like 5 to 10 olives is a wonderful way to assist. But then what I want to do for you is show you how to make a tea. And that tea is called senna tea. Have any of you tasted senna before? And you can let me know in the chat if you tasted senna before. But then I'm just going to show you this demonstration quickly. And so that way you can see how to be able to make tea, a simple senna tea. Now, there are 2 main ways. There are 2 main ways of being able to, being able to help in making teas. There is something that is called infusion, and there is another method that is called decoction. Now, with infusion, when making tea, this is a method that you use for like the softer parts of the plants, like maybe the leaves and the flowers, those blossoms, and so on. So for the softer part of the plant, is basically one that you would use an implement for that. Use an implement for it. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to use like senna herb. And if you reference your manual as well, I'm actually going to tell you like what we have on there. If you reference your manual, basically on page 106, you will see here it's 1/2 teaspoon of senna herb, 1 cup of boiling water. So again, I would add extra water, maybe like 1.5 cups, because by the time you start heating it up, some of the water will evaporate and you wouldn't be able to have a full cup so you can actually drink. But what I will do, let's say this here is like a senna herb. that your senna herb. This is actually the pods, but you can get senna herb. But right now I'm just going to use the pods. So what I'm going to do is put in like a cup and a half of water. I'm not going to measure everything right now, but you make your measurements. So let's say, okay, put it in here, a cup and a half of water. Wonderful. Then what you're going to do for infusion, this is how you make an infusion. You turn on your heat. I just turn on my heat. I place it all the way up. And I'm going to bring this water up to a boil. I'm just going to bring this water up to a boil. I'm actually going to cover this so that way the heat could be trapped. And I'm going to go over, I'm going to explain to you why this is actually trying to boil. I'm going to explain to you how you make an infusion. So what you're going to do, bring this water up to a boil. Once it is at a boiling level, then once you place the herbs, you will place the herbs in there, or you can even have the herbs in there from the beginning as well. But you'll place the herbs in there and you'll turn off that water. Since we're using like the softer part of the plant, we don't have to like allow it to have heat for a very long period of time. So again, you'll just like, take your herb, place it, once the water is boiling, place it in there. You can turn off your heat and just allow it to remain in there for like 10 minutes on average. And that's a simple way that you prepare herbs via infusion method. And later on, I'm going to explain to you how to do what you call decoction. And I'll explain what it is as this heats up as well. The other method of preparing teas, herbal teas, so that way you can have maximum amount of results, is by doing decoction method. And with decoction, basically, it's where you use the harder, you would basically through that process use harder parts of the plant, or parts like, let's say, the tree bark, like the bark, like let's say white oak bark. If you're using that, you're going to use the decoction method, not the infusion. Diffusion is like a simple method for softer parts, so you can maintain a lot of the properties and the phytochemicals in there. However, for decoction, you may use like the roots, maybe some of the stem, maybe the bark, maybe maybe even seeds, like let's say you have milk thistle seed or all those things. You're going to use the harder parts of the plant for decoction. And with decoction, you will literally be bringing the water up to a boil, but while the herbs are in there, you're going to be allowing it to boil for like you're going to allow it to boil for like 5 minutes. Then you're going to bring it down on low. You're going to simmer it. Just bring it down on low for like, let's say, depending on the types of herbs you have there, but on average 10-15 minutes, you are going to have that simmer on low. That is for decoction. You're going to have it simmer on low. And that is for harder parts of the plants. If you have a formula, like let's say we may have like a formula that would have like soft parts of the plants and even harder parts of the plants, then I'm going to still use a decoction because there are harder parts of the plants in it, like roots and seeds and so on and barks. So this is just an example. So let's say right now, like this is actually heating up. You can actually see the steam on there already. Like literally what I'm going to do is now is when it's really hot, either you can like put the senna, if you have a tea bag, whatever it is, if you have a regular senna, you can like just pour the hot water over into a cup, or you can place it directly in the pot, like place it directly in the pot and just turn it off and just allow it to steep in the hot boiling water. Allow that senna to steep in the hot boiling water. Then you wait about like 10 minutes on average. Once it's done, you just strain that out and you drink your nice cup of senna tea. And senna itself is like, it gives more like a laxative effect. So it's a quicker effect. It's a laxative effect. It really helps to be able to like cleanse the body. And you can take that like maybe 2 or 3 times a day, even if you're doing like a juicing program, even if you're not doing juicing. Like this is a way to clean out your colon. We're going to see if you're having colon issues, it's a wonderful and powerful herb that you could be able to use. And if you don't have it in this form, you can also use senna in capsule forms and so on. Someone says senna give cramps. Yeah, definitely. If you take in senna, one of the ways that we help to alleviate that is having like certain types of miscellaneous types of herbs with it. Like, for example, if you add on like Cypri M to your senna, that will actually help to alleviate some of the cramps. And even like in our colon cleanse formula, like this one here, to alleviate a lot of the cramps, in our basically in our formula, we also added things like ginger. Like ginger naturally helps also to reduce a lot of gas. And we have like Cypri M. Cypri M gives a nice coating as well in the stomach, so that way the center wouldn't be as hard. And so then there are many types of herbs that we could use. But then I'm just giving a simple demonstration here for center. So wonderful. It's almost boiling. It's almost boiling. And while this is boiling, I'm going to move on to our next one here, which we're actually going to be showing you, which is an Epsom salt flush. How to be able to use a simple thing like Epsom salt to be able to help in overcoming that, whatever condition it is that we're looking to overcome. And if we have to make like an Epsom salt, some sort of an Epsom salt flush, then I'm going to show you how to do it. Anyone have drunk Epsom salt before, by the way? Now, I will tell you this. Epsom salt could be very bitter. And there's a simple hack I'm going to share with you for how to make Epsom salt into a cocktail for your colon cleansing regimen. Are you ready for this? The wonderful thing is, like, I know like it's very difficult to taste for many, but we're going to show you how to make it very easy on the taste, very easy on the taste. So this is what we're going to use, Epsom salt. Epsom salt is very high in magnesium. And as a result of the magnesium content as well in the Epsom salt, that actually naturally helps the colon area to be able to, like get that peristalsis movement going. It helps to give a laxative effect as well. It's a very strong laxative type of food item that we can be able to use and implement to assist with relieving the bowels. And with the Epsom salt as well, it's very simple how you're going to use this. The recipe is this. We're going to give you the recipe as well. It's basically 1 tablespoon of Epsom salt. It's 1 tablespoon of Epsom salt. And also we're going to use 1 cup of water, 1 cup of water. So this is how we're going to make this here. I'm going to put in a cup of water right here. Put in a cup of water. Wonderful. We have a cup of water in here. And then we're going to add in our tablespoon of Epsom salt. So wow, I have a full library of spoons here. Let me find my tablespoon. Great. So then we're going to go ahead and add in our tablespoon of Epsom salt. And I'm going to just go ahead and drop this into our formula. Now, if you like and you feel like, hey, I've been doing cleanses and herbal teas and my grandma did this for me when I was younger, I'm okay with the taste, then go right ahead and just close up that drink, shake that drink. And once you're done shaking it, make sure it's dissolved properly. Then go ahead and drink it right down. But then if you think like, hey, no, this is kind of strong, like, okay, let me probably try to lessen the taste. I'm going to show you how to like make this into a cocktail, but actually still get the results that you need. Now, it is for a simple addition that is called lemon. Simple addition that is called lemon. And with that lemon, basically what you will do is, like, I'll just like cut that lemon. And I'll just like take out those seeds that are in it. I just take out the seeds. Once the seeds are gone, I'm just going to squeeze like half a lemon. Squeeze half a lemon inside of my drink here. I'm just going to squeeze half a lemon inside of my drink here. And I tell you, friends, like this simple hack, it not only helps the colon, but it actually helps the taste buds. So like, I will just like close this now, shake it, shake this. And there you go. It's a wonderful drink of your Epsom cocktail. Wonderful, delicious tasting Epsom cocktail. Now, I thought about drinking this for a second so that way I can demonstrate, but I think I still need to be here to teach the class, else I'll be running to the restroom. So, I mean, this is very powerful. It's very quick. Sometimes in like 30 minutes, 1 hour, then it's already working powerfully. And look at this here. Do you see the steam on this camera here? Look at this. It's all steaming up in here, right? So I'm going to turn this off right away. And I'm going to add into our center to our center here, and again, to our center tea. I turned it off. This water is boiling. I'm going to add our center in. So how much center are we adding in? Let me know in the chat. How much center are we adding in? We're adding in half a teaspoon of center. Half a teaspoon of center. So let me get that center right now. And we're going to add in half a teaspoon of center. So let's say we add in half a teaspoon of center. Then I'm just literally going to, and again, this is a pause, but you'll add like, this is for center herbs. You can always follow this, but this is to show you the principle in how you make it. But I'm just going to like let this steep in there, and I'm just going to lay this aside. Like I'm going to go ahead, lay this aside and let this steep. I'm going to lay this aside and be able to allow this to steep. Then we're going to move on to our next remedies here on how we can continue to help with our entire bowels. How we can continue to help with our entire bowels. So let me just lay this one down for a moment, and we're going to move into our next remedy here. So again, we're going to see here now, final remedy we're going to do for colon cleansing, because again, we do have 6 other channels of elimination that we want to go through. But we're going to show you here another one that is in your manual on page 107. We're going to show you how you could be able to make a prune juice remedy for the colon. It's called Smooth Move. And for this one, I'm going to use my blender. I'm going to use my blender to show you how we could be able to make a smooth move. So with my blender here that I'll be getting one of my assistants to be able to bring me, and also we can have a chopping board as well. We're going to see how we can be able to make a simple and powerful way to be able to detox the colon. Maybe for whatever reason, you're unable to take the Epsom salt. Again, Epsom salt, if someone has like very terrible, let's say, kidney issues, like you may want to avoid the Epsom salt, but typically it's, if you're doing it like once, it's just like a one-time usage. It's not like continuous usage for a long period of time, then that's perfectly fine. Most people eat way more junk food that is causing way more issues, but then it's a wonderful and powerful way to detox the entire bowels. And we're going to see something else here for a moment on how we can be able to make another drink. We saw how to make the center herb tea. We saw how we can use Epsom salt and a wonderful drink, which, I can mail to you if you like, but not right now. And I wouldn't drink it right now, but then we're going to show you how we can make another drink to be able to help with cleansing the bowels. So we're literally going over every single channel of elimination today and seeing how can we be able to get powerful detoxification. Imagine having all those wonderful health restoring, health giving herbs rushing through our bodies, those wonderful and natural foods that God has given to us. Imagine the impact it will have upon our health, upon our lives. And, again, it's a powerful way to help in the healing process of individuals. And, we've had many individuals with different issues related to the colon. Like we have people coming over to the center. They're telling us that, hey, I haven't had a bowel movement in an entire week. Like literally, there are people who haven't had bowel movements in an entire week. And those are the same things that they've been able to get results from, where they've been able to help with, getting those bowel movements going. And it's very important to be able to do that. So let us just make this smooth move quickly so we can be able to move on. What I'm going to use for this formula is this. If you can, if you follow with me for a moment, we're going to be using for our smooth move 1 cup of pitted prunes. So we're going to use 1 cup of pitted prunes. It's a wonderful drink that we can be able to make to help clean out our bowels. So I'm going to add prunes to this here. I'm going to add 1 cup. 1 cup of prunes, pitted prunes. Make sure there are no pits in there. All right, wonderful. 1 cup. Then I'm going to put this into our blender. Also, I'm going to go ahead and also add for us 3 cups of prune juice. So we already placed our prune juice in here. I'm going to look on the blender and monitor where our 3 cup level is. We'll be adding in 3 cups of this Okay, it's right here. All right. Great. Looks wonderful already. And that is one I tell you, if you want a colon cleanse that tastes good, this is it right here. If you want to have sometimes we tell our guests, because when they come in, they're like, oh man, we have to cleanse for 10 days, for 7 days. Wow, that's a long time. I say, hey, it's not just a juice cleanse that you're about to go on. You're about to enter into a juice feast. So again, it's a wonderful, like, let's be happy and excited that we can begin to cleanse, that we can be able to do this. And make sure when you get the prune juice as well, it's 100% prune juice. You don't want to be able to get a prune juice that has a whole bunch of other chemicals and toxic things in there. So again, you have your prune juice in there, and your final ingredient that you'll actually be adding to this is 2 tablespoons of flaxseed. And when I say 2 tablespoons of flaxseed, I mean you wouldn't be doing the seed itself, but you want the grounded flaxseed. So again, I'll add in like 1 tablespoon, some dropped in, so I'm going to add a little less, and wonderful 2 tablespoons right in there. So isn't that amazing? Like just 3 simple ingredients, and you're able to get a powerful like combo to be able to detox your colon, to be able to get your bowels going. Like you don't be settled with 1 bowel movement per day. I mean, you know, there's way more benefits that you can be able to get when you have your bowels working properly. So let us see something here. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm using a Vitamix right now. I'm going to go ahead and turn this on. All right. Let's see if we can have you see a little bit of what is going on the inside. Hopefully nothing splashes as we go up even further. All right. Increasing the speed. Increasing the speed. We had someone recently making a huge mess all over, which I don't want to do right now. So I'm going to go back and cover it for a moment. All right. Then we're going to turn it up on high speed. Wow. Looks delicious already. Can't wait. Can't wait to enjoy this one. Can't wait to enjoy this one. Put it on high. Have everything blended well. Wow. Look at that. Now that's a wonderful, smooth move drink. And we're going to see here in a wonderful, simple way what this looks like. It's so delicious. I'm telling you, I wish I could have given this to you right now who are watching. But then this is a wonderful and powerful drink that you can be able to take advantage of. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! This is delicious. Looks really good. Wow. Wow. I mean, literally what you do is like take, a cup per serving. You just take a cup per serving and you drink that down, and you continue to drink it until desired results, And again, towards the end, we will have an open slot for questions, and we will be basically trying to answer as many questions as possible even afterwards. So we really look forward to that time when we can be able to like communicate, where we can speak and answer a lot more of the questions that you have. So there are way more remedies that I'd love to share with you. I'm going to mention some of them because right now, a lot of them would take up so much time, but there's so many other powerful ways to clean the colon. Like aloe vera drink, like literally, if you just take like 6 tablespoons of aloe vera, you mix it in with like half to a cup of water, and you just mix that together. Like aloe vera is extremely powerful. And what you want to do with all those remedies is like take 1 serving of it, and you can do it like 2 to 3 times a day until desired results, until you get the results that you're looking for, until your bowels start moving how it should. And even then, like continue to do it for some days afterwards. So that way you can be able to get wonderful benefits. And again, with all my juices, I'm going to go ahead and like close it. I'm not going to leave it open, so that way I can maintain a lot of the oxidation in there, powerful minerals and nutrients. And there's even someone right now to my side that is asking me, hey, can I get some of this drink right now? It's needed. So I'm going to give it to that person because they want to get the bowels. They want to get the bowels moving as well. So what about you? Go grab some of those things at your nearby store after Sabbath, right? Grab some of those things and enjoy the wonderful blessings in your toilet bowl when you're done. Okay, this is the end of this commercial here. All right, so let's move to the next. I won't go into full details with the bowels. You can see a lot of those things on page 107. There's so many more that we place in there for you, friends. There's so many more. I can't even go full details. But right now, we're going to move into the next organ of elimination, which is called the liver, And with the liver as well, the gallbladder, we're going to show how to make a liver gallbladder cleanse. And that is actually on page 108 with that. And basically, what I'm going to show you, like right now, some images. I'm going to put some images on the screen for my liver cleanse pictures. We're going to share with you some images right now of what to expect on a liver cleanse. Like we saw earlier today as well, the testimony from one of our guests that actually came, they were actually doing a liver cleanse. And they were surprised because they said for 10 years or whatever amount of years, they've been on a plant-based diet, but yet still it's like, whoa, I can't believe those things are coming out of me. I remember the first time I did a liver cleanse, friends, like I had liver stones coming out of me. I probably even have some of those pictures here that I'm about to show you. But again, viewers, discretion is advised. If you have a weak stomach, then close your eyes and we will tell you when to reopen your eyes. And now we're sharing these things to you so you can know what to expect. So you know what will come out, because you wouldn't be calling us and saying, hey, brothers, there's some green, yellow stuff coming out. What is this? Hey, sis, this is a gallbladder, liver detoxifying itself. This is what you call gallstones. Now, within the liver, you may have like stones that are more like, you may see some that are yellowish, some that are greenish. The greenish ones just have a lot more bile around it, gallstones, and you have your cholesterol stones as well. Those are more like yellowish. But in that cleanse, the goal is not only to release those stones, but to also detoxify the liver. Like literally, did you know that the blood passes through the liver every 3 minutes? Friends, isn't that amazing? The blood passes through your liver every 3 minutes. No wonder why the liver is so important for cleansing. It's so important for your health. If the life of the flesh is in the blood and the liver cleanses the blood every 3 minutes, then the liver is very important. Wouldn't you say that? Wouldn't you say the liver is extremely important? Also, even for like a cancer, like that is one of the main organs, the colon and the liver. If there's any colon that you want to cleanse, if there is any organ you need to cleanse, if I was to name 2 organs you need to cleanse, is the colon and the liver. Those are 2 main organs. By cleansing it, you will see many diseases going away. But we're going to see something here more, because there are many more that we can take advantage of and use to get the results that we need. So I'm going to show you how to do a simple detox, liver detox. In our manual, we actually listed 2 ways to be able to do that. But let me show you what comes out of some of our guests. So look at some images here. What you see on the screen, you see like a toilet bowl, right? It comes out through the bowels and it enters into the toilet. So we have liver stones coming out, and we're going to see on the next page some more of those. Look at this here. It's a close-up image. It's actually was taken out from the toilet bowl and placed onto the paper towel. If you are very creative when you do this cleanse that I'm about to share with you, send us some pictures, like support at EdenLifestyle.org and say, hey, this is what came out of me after I did this cleanse. And those are some images of gallstones that came out. Let's see the next image on the screen as well. This is actually one of our recent guests. He was surprised that he had so many liver stones. Every single green thing that you see in there, all those are liver stones that were coming out on his entire cleansing program. Isn't that amazing? Like all those things are packed into the body. Just recently, we had a lady from Africa. She was scheduled for like a surgical procedure, and she actually got one of our teas for the liver. I think someone was able to actually bring up our Easy Flush liver cleansing tea for that particular individual. And as a result of her doing this, like implementing all those herbs, which I'll share with you some herbs that helps with the liver. And as a result of her being able to, go ahead and implement the simple formula that I'm about to share with you, she was able to release so many stones that no longer was she in need of doing any surgery anymore. Like, friends, I'm telling you, like, I would tell you, like, personally, 98% of probably hospital visits shouldn't even be taking place today. Like, we may say, well, I mean, of course, there may be different traumatic events. Like right now, the only way that we can really get help in those serious surgical, events is to have a very good operation, surgical procedure. being done. Like those, that may have to come into place where we can do that, because you don't have a regular facility today like back in the days I used to do it. Like Battle Creek, we had our surgical ward in the sanitarium. But then today, even majority of surgeries that we have are completely, avoidable. Like literally, there are tons and hundreds and thousands of surgeries every year being done to cut out your gallbladder. And we tell folks, hey, you know what? Come up to Eden Lifestyle. We're going to show you how to do surgery without knives. Are you excited about this? Like surgery without knives? I tell you, this is mind-blowing. But then you can get the results that you need. Let's see the next one here. The next one here. This is actually my sister-in-law here, Renoir's wife, Inga. She too, at a very young age, doing this liver cleansing as well. On a cleanse, she noticed in this bag which she carried around, I don't know, God bless her soul, carrying around the liver cleanse everywhere, liver stones, gallstones. But then those are some of the images of the stones that she has in a Ziploc bag to show a testimony as to, even at a young age, what is in her. I mean, literally, we've done this cleanse with people like 14, 15, 16 years and got stones coming out. I can almost guarantee you, 90-something% of people on this live right now, if you do this liver cleanse program, over 90% of you will have stones coming out. Over 90%. That means 900 of you will have stones coming out. And I tell you, friends, people who don't expect it are the ones who have the most. Yeah, you plant-based for 30 years, stones coming out. We're going to see something here very powerfully as we move in further. So how can we do this liver, this liver cleansing program? So I'm going to give you some instructions here on how to be able to cleanse the liver. So let's say now you're doing this entire cleansing regimen, and maybe you're doing your juices already. I recommend when you do your liver cleansing that you're already on like a juicing program. Now I'll mention something else about apple. Remember we said an apple a day keeps who away? It keeps your doctor away. And we're going to help you to eat more apples, okay? So our goal is to help people to eat more apples so that way they can be able to experience the wonderful health that God desires for them to experience. And so that's our goal, is how can we empty out the apple factories so we can have more people eating, empty out the factories and have people eat more apples. Anyways, apple, within an apple is something that is called malic acid. What did I say? It has malic acid. Malic acid is an element or an acid that actually is naturally found in the apple that helps to soften up liver stones. It helps to break it up within the entire body. So even doing juices like apple juice, like it may be a nice juice, but hey, it will benefit you in a very powerful way. It would actually help with the liver. So even before that cleanse, even eating apples on a regular basis will actually help to build that up, prepare your body as well. And along with that, even before your main flush out, which I'll be giving you a recipe right now, how to make a liver flush out, you can even start doing like preliminary stuff, like while you're doing your juices 4 times a day, you can be doing liver cleansing herbs. And there are powerful herbs to help cleanse the liver. Now, one of the powerful herbs that could cleanse the liver is that of dandelion. Any of you have heard of dandelion before? It's wild. Like in New York where we are, you find dandelion all over the place. Like literally with the root, it's even more potent, more powerful. Like you can get dandelion root, make that into a tea and get a wonderful liver cleansing tea. Another thing I would say is if you get things like milk thistle, dandelion, milk thistle, things like turmeric. All of those are wonderful herbs that we've been able to use successfully in helping break up more liver stones, break up more of those liver stones in the body. And another one that I like that is actually even within our entire liver cleansing regimen as well is one of them that is actually called, it's called Oregon grapefruit. Like all those are wonderful and powerful ways that actually help in detoxifying the liver. So whilst you're already doing the juices, even if you don't have access to the teas, then that's fine. But the teas sort of, if you can get your hands on those teas, it's sort of like increase the potency of your cleanse. Then now you have those going on. You have your cleansing going on. At least like, let's say your cleanse, at least you need to be doing like a 3-day cleanse or at least 5+ days. So let's say you're on a 3-day cleanse. If you do it longer, that's better. towards the end of your cleanse, whether it is 3 days, 7 days, 10 days, the day before the last of your cleanse, you'll be following the instructions that I'll be giving you right now to do a liver flush out. And I recommend always cleansing the liver together with the colon. Why? Because the stones from the liver the gallbladder is released through the bowels, and then the colon actually, you need to actually make sure your colon is clean enough to alleviate it from the body, So again, this is what you're going to do. The day before the last of your cleanse, let's say you're doing your juicing program right now, the day before the last. And what you want to do is go ahead and at 5 o'clock, day before the last, go ahead and at 5 o'clock, you want to be able to, again, all instructions are in the group. All instructions are in the book, but I'm going to tell you what it is. From 2 o'clock, by the way, on the day before the last, you wouldn't be taking in any other juices after that time, just water. After 2 o'clock, you'll be doing just water. Then at 5 o'clock, you'll be drinking one of your Epsom cocktails. So literally, you can make like one of those that we showed you, the Epsom salt cocktail, and drink it at 5. Then at 7, you make another Epsom cocktail and drink it. That's the day before the last of your cleanse. This is how you do your liver cleansing. At 5 o'clock, Epsom cocktail, you drink 1 serving. 7 o'clock, Epsom cocktail, you drink your 2nd serving. And what happened is that Epsom salt also has what you call in there magnesium. And magnesium also helps to dilate the bile duct and the entire portal vessels that are actually connecting the entire bile liver area to the colon. So it sort of helps to help the elasticity. It helps to open it up more so that way the stones could be more easily deposited. Also, it helps to clean out the bowels as well, so that way stones could be deposited properly. And with that too, once you drink it at 5, you drink it at 7, then at 9 o'clock, those are the instructions that you need to follow closely to make sure by that night or by the next morning, you are indeed releasing stone. So we're going to make hair for a moment. We're going to show you the ingredients. I might not make it full, but we're going to show you the ingredients here that you could be able to use to help with making this entire drink, the drink that you'll be taking at 9 o'clock. Now that drink at 9 o'clock, there are different ways to do liver cleanses. We put both of them in the book, but this is my favorite way of doing it. We've seen wonderful results. This is the main way that we do it at the center as well. So at 9 o'clock, this is what you're going to make. This is your juice recipe. So your juice recipe is 6 ounces of grapefruit juice, 6 ounces of grapefruit juice, together with 4 ounces of olive oil. So again, you take your grapefruit juice, you take a press, whether you squeeze it by hand, that's fine. You squeeze it by hand. So you have your grapefruit juice, 6 ounces, and you have your olive oil, 4 ounces. So you go ahead, you take your grapefruit juice, not the full grapefruit, the juice of it, 6 ounces of it. You do 4 ounces of your olive oil. You put that into a drink. Then at 9 o'clock, you stand up by your bedside. Hopefully you're about to go to bed by that time. And you drink that olive grapefruit drink. So once you drink the olive grapefruit drink, you'll drink that at 9 o'clock. Then what you want to do at that point in time, you want to go ahead and now lay down on your bed. So basically, we actually have a note in here, the manual, in case you forget these instructions, because this may be very important instructions as well. So, the key thing is you want to ensure that, hey, you can be able to lie on your right side. What we recommend individuals at that point in time, once you drink that juice, go ahead, lay on like your right side. You can go in like a fetal position, or you can be able to like bring your knees upward to like your chest area. And that position will naturally allow a very easy release of the liver stones into the colon. Now, the first 20 minutes after drinking that cleanse is very important for you to stay still. Now, again, if you have to use the restroom, that's fine. It's not like anything major will happen. But in that first 20-minute period is when the stones will actually be released. But it may not be until the night or in the morning when you begin to see those stones coming out of the bowels. So that's why upon waking up, let's say you wake up at 6 o'clock, you drink one of those Epsom drinks again. Make sure that the bowels is going. And if you go in a lot, then you don't have to drink the Epsom anytime after that again. But if you're not going as much as yet, at 2 hours later, like maybe like 8 o'clock, I recommend drinking another set of that Epsom drink, final set. So that way you can make sure you are releasing those stones. And literally, like what we saw in the image, you'll be seeing stones very similar to this. Now, this is a very simple way of making your liver cleanse. Very simple way of making your liver cleanse. Another thing I'm going to show you very quickly is, for a lot of people who may have liver issues like cirrhosis of the liver, liver that is inflamed, want to detoxify the liver, there are two main poultices that I recommend you using. There's a wonderful oil here that works very powerfully that I recommend, which is called castor oil, pure castor oil. And basically with that oil, what you would do is like you would take like maybe a white like t-shirt, or you may take basically like some sort of a cloth, a gauze, or whatever the case is. And as a result, you just place that oil over it. Like you place the oil over it. Let's just say if I have a paper towel here for a moment, or I got a gauze. Let me show you quickly what you will do. So I have this gauze here. Let me open this up. I'll go ahead. I'll place my castor oil over it. Wow. Place my castor oil over it. And where is your liver? The liver is towards your right side here. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead, I'll place this side where the castor oil is. I'll actually warm it up a little bit too, just a little bit, in the oven, not too long, but I'll place it on there. Then when I do this, like either I would like go ahead and put some like plastic wrap over it and tape it down with some medical tape. Tape it down with some medical tape. Or if I don't have the, I don't even have to use the plastic, I can just like tape it down right away. But just castor oil itself is a powerful way to also soften up any stones. Like it goes through the entire liver area. It helps to like, detoxify the liver as well. Castor oil is a powerful poultice that you could use to be able to detoxify your liver. If someone has cancer, someone has like skin issues, your liver is important as well for skin issues. You have eczema, like literally the skin is a reflection of your blood. A lot of times your liver may not be functioning well. That's why your blood is so toxic. That's why we have so many conditions like that. So again, using this, or we saw earlier in the week, even a charcoal poultice, like make that charcoal poultice, 1 part charcoal to 1 part flaxseed, mix it in with water into a pasty consistency, and there you have it. A wonderful and powerful charcoal poultice you can place right here to absorb toxicity of the liver, And time is going very quickly. So what we're going to do as well, we're going to move on to our next, our next channel of elimination here. And as we move on even further, we're going to look at the kidney for a moment. And I know right now, like there's so many people having kidney issues, like different kidney conditions, kidney diseases as well. And with that too, like when it comes to the kidney, it is something too that is very important because your kidney also filters your blood. Remember, why is it so important that the blood is being filtered out? Same text, Leviticus 17:11, the life of the flesh is in the blood. And as a result, we're going to be seeing how important the kidney is. Now, there are powerful herbal aids to help with the kidney function. And with the kidneys as well, as it pertains to those aids that actually help, I would say like one of the powerful herbs for the kidneys would be like things like juniper berries. Juniper berries serves as a diuretic. It helps you to go. Like if someone is unable to go properly, like make a tea out of juniper berries. One of the herbs that I love very much that we've been able to use, like I remember one time we went on a house call, which was one of my brothers and I, and that particular individual he had end-stage cancer, 4th stage cancer, and his channels of elimination was shutting down. Colon wasn't working well. Kidney was basically like really terrible. Urine was extremely dark. Wasn't able to even urinate properly. This is what we had to do to help this man. We got what you call nettle seed. And nettle seed actually help with chronic kidney disease. If someone's kidney is about to fail, like nettle seed actually increases the effectiveness of someone's kidneys. So again, it's a remedy that I recommend everyone to have, especially if someone is having kidney issues. Remember, nettle seed. And other herbs that are extremely powerful for that as well. Things like, let's say like wild yam actually helps a lot, and also hydrangea. That herb actually is like a stone breaker. Like individuals who have like kidney stones, especially men, like more men will have, men basically, if you have like kidney stones, and which could be extremely painful. Like I know a lot of times people say basically, women go through a lot of pain, and there's so many different things women go through, like pregnancy, they're able to handle so much pain. And I say, great credits to all our women out here who have went through childbirth and labor. My sister has been doing a midwifery classes, and by God's grace, hopefully we can have many more natural births very soon, even a Eden Center just for maternity, a maternal ward at the Eden Lifestyle Center. But basically, she says that, hey, through just experiencing this, she feels as if every woman needs to actually experience this. It's powerful, but at the same time, it could be very painful. But then I thought about this for a moment. And I thought, women handle a lot of pain, but what about men? There are actually some people that says this. They say, and even I'm not sure if it was a study or someone said it, but they said that passing a kidney stone is more painful than childbirth, child labor. I'm like, well, there you go. Men can handle as much pain as women as well. Wouldn't you say so? Someone said no. But whatever it is, kidney stone could be very painful, very painful. And so what we're going to show you, like this simple herb, hydrangea hair, is one that breaks up stones in the kidney area. Like eliminate all those bad sodas. You wondering why you're having kidney issues? Like all that mineral water that we're drinking, it accumulates and it forms liver stones, kidney stones. Like majority of our water, if you think about it for a moment, it's all what you call we have like dead minerals in there. It's all like inorganic minerals, like basically like stones, minerals that you cannot use. Just like a lot of the cheap supplements that we have on the shelves of our nearby, pharmacy stores and so on. That is just a whole bunch of stones grinded in factories, and they put a health label on it. Like what? Like that is not organic. The body hardly uses that, anyways. What the body uses is it converts inorganic materials that is in the soil, like your dirt, your stones and everything else. It converts that into an organic substance that is called a food, true food, like a fruit or a vegetable. And then when we consume those organic minerals, friends, those organic minerals is what actually brings about lots of minerals and lots of benefits to our bodies. So again, that's extremely important as we go on, because a lot of those can actually cause different issues with our kidneys. So one of the things that we can do is make a tea of parsley roots. How to be able to get rid of kidney stones, help cleanse the kidneys. You can have even a tea of parsley roots, a wonderful and powerful way to cleanse the kidneys. And with that, you will do a decoction. So just to demonstrate the decoction, I'm not going to make it right now. I'm just going to get a pot to show you. But this hair, let me see if I have parsley root. Yes, wonderful. So I have parsley root right here. And with parsley root, basically, this is a wonderful root that you could be able to use that naturally helps with detoxifying the kidneys. What you want to do is you want to make at least 2 quarts of this. Like this is a root. Like sometimes I make things very strong. Like some people say, hey, natural remedies don't work. Herbal remedies don't work. Like what? I'm like, how much did you use? They say, well, I had 2 capsules. I say, hey, wait. 2 capsules? Like you literally need to be taking like 25 capsules right now, and to actually get the effects that you need, because a capsule is only 1/8 of a teaspoon. Like don't come behind me with like 1/8 of a teaspoon and expecting it to work. I tell you, if we apply those things intelligently, we can get way more results. And we've been able to work in very adverse, extreme emergency situations with different individuals, where we had to ensure that we had a strong mix that could give a powerful result. And we see miracles that God works every single time. So basically what you'll do a decoction for this. Parsley root. With parsley root, what you're going to do is a decoction, and what that will look like is basically, is where you put it into the pot. I'll put this into the pot. And if you're doing 2 quarts, I would say like you can use a full like 1/4 cup. use like a full quarter cup of it if you're doing like 2 quarts of water. So use a full quarter cup of it. I'll put like 2 quarts of water. I wouldn't put in the full amount right now. This is just to demonstrate. I'll put the full 2 quarts of water. I will cover this. And once I cover this, I will like put this up, turn it to a boil. Once it comes to a boil, allow it to like, for like 5 to 15 minutes, bring it down to like low and allow it to just like heat up, simmer on low heat for like 5 to 15 minutes. That will allow it to extract things properly. And I tell you this, and really like working with a lot of individuals and seeing what works best, like many different ways to prepare different teas and so on. But doing this old traditional, old school method in really like preparing this tea, like we've been able to see most results, powerful results from just simple tea preparation using infusion or decoction. It actually is even more potent in many cases than many of the other extracts that we could use as well. Like extracts are great, tinctures are great, we use those. And even for certain issues, it may be even better. But then on a general scale, like that is more convenient, the extracts. But when it comes to those regular herbs and teas and dry herbs, like you get even more potency and more effects just from that. So again, that is something that we can use for the kidneys. I'm just going to mention some other remedies that you can use because I wouldn't be able to demonstrate all of them. Time is going. We do want to open up the floor to question and answer. But if someone has like cranberry juice, that's a wonderful juice as well for the kidneys. Wonderful juice for the kidneys, especially for people who are having kidney infections, maybe UTIs. A lot of like women experience like UTIs where, it's easier for them to get those infections. Like cranberry juice is a wonderful agent for that. And even men, like for kidney issues, cranberry juice is also good for like prostate issues. Why? Because cranberry also has an element in there that is called cran-actin. And that actually directly helps decrease inflammation as well in the prostate area. I mean, along with other issues, but we won't be talking about the prostate right now. And also, we're going to be seeing even gravel roots. Gravel root, if you can make a tea out of gravel roots as well, that naturally helps in breaking up a lot of those kidney stones and really helps in the entire process there. And like we saw yesterday as well, another tea for the bladder, strengthening the bladder, the weakened bladder is that of corn silk. Corn silk naturally helps to strengthen the bladder. So all those are very powerful ways that we can be able to help in detoxifying the kidneys. And just like we've been mentioning, like over and over again, there is basically this charcoal poultice that we've been using over the liver. We've used it over tumor masses. We use it in many areas. Why? Because it's powerful. Like for the kidney, for a lot of individuals with prostate issues, with kidney issues, a lot of times you may wonder, like, what is it that's going on? I'm having lower back pain. But majority of our lower back pains may very well be kidney conditions. Like it may be our kidney function. But then if you want to be able to help with the kidneys, like literally what you can do is make that same charcoal poultice that we've been explaining, that we showed throughout the week, which I wouldn't demonstrate right now. But then you place that over the lower back area. When you place it over the lower back area, you wrap it there, you tape it down, and overnight, you leave it there overnight for like 6 to 8 hours or overnight. And I tell you, friends, like sometimes you can literally take that charcoal poultice afterwards, smell it, and smell the urine that is in it. That's how powerful charcoal is. Like literally, charcoal is a powerful absorbent and adsorbent. If you want to get rid of toxic waste very quickly, charcoal is powerful. I mean, charcoal could get rid of deadly poison from one of the most venomous snakes you can find out in the jungles of Guyana or wherever it is in the world. And in a short time frame, imagine what it would do when you place it upon your kidneys, the powerful effects it has. So again, charcoal is extremely powerful, both internally and externally. Also, if someone has like very bad kidney issues, and a lot of people, whose kidney is failing, about to fail, drinking that charcoal internally also helps dramatically. Think about that for a moment. If you go to your different labs, the name actually just slipped my mind, Well, dialysis centers. If you go to the different dialysis centers, someone kidneys fail and they're like, oh, I have to put you on dialysis and nothing else we could do. And they go through the dialysis process. What do you think is in that dialysis machine? Have you ever thought about that? Like, what is in that dialysis machine? Do you know that within that dialysis machine, one of the main components in there that filters your blood is charcoal? Do you know that? So before I am in a position to be placed on a dialysis machine, I will voluntarily drink a wonderful cup of activated charcoal. I tell you, friends, it's very easy to make. Very simple and easy to make. This is a simple way that we can make this today. I'm actually going to make this into one of our containers. And I'm going to show you how to make it. Simple way to make activated charcoal to assist. And it assists with many things. Charcoal is extremely powerful. It's a powerful cleanser. If Bill's device was to pass even close to me, I'll put some charcoal on there right away. But let us see something here very quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to use a tablespoon of charcoal powder. I'm going to put this in there. Tablespoon of charcoal powder. This is for the kidney, powerful. Being able to help kidneys allow to filter properly, help with the function, detox and cleanse it. It actually helps the colon right away and many other parts of the body. I will just put like a cup of water in there. And I'll go ahead, cover this, mix it a little bit, and then you have a wonderful drink of activated charcoal. Wonderful drink of activated charcoal. Would you like some? Would you love some? All right. And something that we recommend everyone having in their home. Like every single person needs to have activated charcoal in their home. If you have children, even more so, you need to have activated charcoal in their home. That child drinks poison. You got to get that activated charcoal in right away. Get it in right away. And we're going to see something here as we move on even further. But we're going to move on quickly. But this is what I want to mention. I want to go even further now. And I want to quickly show you a cabbage poultice. A cabbage poultice that you could be able to use for the kidneys. Another one, we spoke about the activated charcoal for the kidney. But let's also see cabbage. How can we use cabbage for the kidneys? Now, this cabbage is not as green. Preferably get the dark green one. This is what we were able to get prior to the class, yesterday, Friday. But I'm just going to show you a quick demonstration here. We're simply making it's basically just making like a poultice. It's just making like a cabbage poultice. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to cut out the stem a little bit. Cut out the stem, then basically what you will do, I would use whatever I have. You have a rolling pin, then great. If you don't have a rolling pin, I'm literally about to just use this bottle here right now. And I'm going to go ahead and just put this on our chopping board and just roll it. That's one way you can be able to try to get, the main thing is to try to get the juices flowing. Get the juices flowing. You can roll it one at a time as well, but I'm just showing you, demonstrating, get the juices flowing. Another thing you can do, I don't want to break this, of course, if you have another device, a meat tenderizer, and you finally get off the meat, put it to good use and bit some cabbage with it. So we bit in the cabbage. That's another way to be able to prepare it. You can bit the cabbage. Main thing is to get juices flowing. Or if you have a knife, you can actually scrape it lightly with the knife to get more juices flowing. But you'll do that until the juices flow really well. I wouldn't do the full thing right now. But what I'm going to share with you very quickly, what you could do is I'm going to quickly get someone to just do a quick demonstration on how you'll actually place that on the body. So if someone can actually join me, what I'm going to do, I'm going to have my wife join me on the set. Again, we do recommend, as always, whenever you doing therapies, especially a lot of times it exposes the other individual. We always recommend having male work with males and females work with females, but is my beautiful and wonderful wife, so why not do it with her? Again, I believe that every wife and husband should be able to be a medical missionary in their own home, so they can take care of their children and spouses and so on, if need be. So basically, if you can turn around for a second, this is the lower back area where the entire kidney area is. So what you'll do is you'll apply this directly to the skin. Like I will go ahead and warm up the cabbage for a little bit, just a little bit, but once the juices are flowing, once it's ready, I'll have that person lay down on the bed. Once they lay down on the bed, a table, whatever it is, like I will go ahead and I will place it directly over the lower back area, the kidney area. Then when I place this, let me just grab quickly this wrap here. I'm just going to show you how to wrap it. It's more difficult when someone is standing, but we're demonstrating something here. And we're just going to show you how you'll do this. So easy way, again, hopefully through the night, it wouldn't be difficult for them to be able to move around and so on. It wouldn't be something that would keep them awake, but just try to apply it in a way that would be best. So, okay, thank you. You can drop this one now. Appreciate it. Okay, so I'm just going to put this on the back and bring the plastic wrap around her. Just going to bring the plastic wrap around her, and I'm not going to do it too tight, just enough. Is it too tight?
It's fine.
It's fine?
It's fine.
Okay, good. She's my wife. She'll always say it's fine, right? So wonderful. Thank you so much for showing that I'm doing a good job on set right now. So I'm going to just cut it out here and stick it on her again, just to keep it in place. I literally just going to take tape, whatever tape that you have available. Since it wouldn't be on the skin, it doesn't matter too much per se, but I'm going to go ahead, take this tape and just tip it down a little bit so that way it doesn't move. So this is like a cabbage poultice. It's beaten, the juices are flowing, it's placed on the back. Someone could be able to stay there for, leave it on for like 4 to 6 hours or overnight and do that nightly. And that is a wonderful way. It decreases inflammation in the kidney area. It helps with like different kidney issues and so on. A cabbage poultice towards the lower back. And it's a wonderful way to help get rid of even lower back pains. So appreciate it so much. Thank you for being my wonderful and beautiful model. Thank you. And we're going to move on as well. We're going to move on to the blood because time is really going by quickly. Then we're going to just give a couple things in each one of those things here that we're going over. So let us see something here for a moment. So this cabbage poultice in the lower back, we're speaking about kidney health, being able to assist the kidney in the entire detoxification process, helping with lower back pains, helping to be able to decrease any inflammation there and help the kidneys in a positive way. So as we move on even further, as we look at the blood, now I'll tell you this, majority of the things that we do in here naturally helps the blood. All the juicing that we spoke about impacts the blood in a positive way. But then we're going to see something more. How can we help the blood? And earlier in the chat, I actually saw someone say how to decrease cholesterol. And we're going to talk about that too, because that is found in the bloodstream, cholesterol, and we're going to see more of those. But there are powerful herbs. If you want to clean the blood, there are powerful herbs I'll recommend. One of them you can drink copiously. Like even if you drink a lot, it doesn't really matter. It's something that is more mild, but it's a powerful blood cleansing tea. That is called red clover. You can literally go out right now in the springtime and summertime and find a lot of those red clovers. It's blooming in many areas right now. And you can pick all those blossoms, like literally go out foraging, pick those things and put that into your pot. Get a handful of red clover blossom, put that into your pot and be able to make a tea out of it. It's a softer part of the plant. So you will make an infusion, right? So you make infusion with it. So again, with your red clover, it's a powerful tea for blood cleansing. But there are also other teas. There are other teas as well that you may want to also make if you want to help cleanse the liver, the blood in a more powerful way. Now, some of the powerful blood cleansing teas, one of them is chaparral. Chaparral we even use for our cancer guests, people who have cancer and that we work with. Chaparral is extremely powerful. It actually helps as well to get rid of a lot of the acidity in the body. And that's how impactful it is. Another one that is extremely good if you really want to detox the blood is that of burdock. It grows a lot in New York as well, but you can find it in many locations, is that of burdock. Burdock actually is a very powerful blood cleanser. Like imagine just mixing those teas, like literally probably even just putting one part of each of those and making a decoction out of it, which we saw for the harder parts of the plant, the decoction. And that alone is a powerful way to help in blood cleansing. And when we do juices as well, like even that, just like imagine like powerful organic juice going through your bloodstream, like entering into your organs, into your liver. And when you put in those powerful organic juices, load it into your body, flood those nutrients in. You know what happens to you? When there are lots of nutrients in the body like forces toxins to be released. And that's a powerful thing about those cleansing as well. It's like lots of nutrition, the liver says, and the kidney and all those things, the liver especially, it like forces out toxins. It's like nutrition, come. Toxins, go. And that's really the effect that is actually taking place in our bodies, just to really illustrate that for each and every one of you. And as we move even further, I'm going to share with you like something that is in the bloodstream that is affecting a lot. I remember we went over to California on a house call. It was my sister and I. We were working with a lady who was having dementia. But then they were not even of our faith background, etc. But our mission is to help everyone, no matter the background of where someone is from. Our goal is to see how can we be a blessing to whoever it is. So we flew into their home, and my sister and I lived with them for 18 days to help them. Now, this husband, when we first came to him, we spoke about the entire lifestyle program his wife will be on. And when we spoke about the lifestyle program his wife will be on, he says, why is it that she has to eat a plant-based diet? She has to exercise. She has to do all those good things. She's doing all those wonderful things, and I'm being left behind. He said, I want to make a change too. I said, hey, well, that is perfect. You can make a change as well. And this man, I mean, he wanted to lose weight and so on, and he had high cholesterol, but he wanted to make a change for his wife and also for himself. I remember the next day, entered into the kitchen, about to start doing juices and teas and everything else for his wife. And I saw him as we woke up. I saw him in the refrigerator, opening it up with a black trash bag in one hand. And in the next hand, he was taking out stuff from the refrigerator. He took the milk and he dumped it in the black trash bag. He took the cheese and he dumped it in the black trash bag. I'm like, wait. Are you sure you're ready to make a change? He took the eggs and he dumped it in the black trash bag. I said, are you sure? I remember at that time he pointed at his stomach, and we have a video of this as well. He pointed at his stomach that was protruding at that time. And he says, for 64 years, I've been damaging myself. And it's time for me to make a change. I say, friends, are you ready to make a change today? Are you ready not only to apply those things to our lives, but to make a change? Is our will strengthened and say, Lord, help my will? When Christ was going through Gethsemane, Christ had to say, Father, if it's possible, let this cup of Epsom salt, not Epsom salt it was, but let this cup be passed from me. But he says, you know what? Nevertheless, what did he say? Nevertheless, not my will, but thine will be done. Friends, sometimes we have to, not sometimes, friends, I'm sorry. All times, we have to submit our will to God. And I believe God is able to help us through the process. Remember, this here is Bible medicine. We're talking about all these powerful herbs and healing plants. Like this is Bible medicine. We want to be able to use the things that God has given us intelligently, but have faith in the one who created those things. And we're going to see something powerfully as we move along. But this man, coming back to the story, I remember his sister came over, and she said she came over for lunch, and the lunch table was different. His previous lunch table had dead carcasses, and it had like a liver, and it had like all sorts of heads, fish heads, and it was like a cemetery. But anyways, it went from death to life. His refrigerator that had a whole bunch of blood and meats and everything else went from a cemetery to a life living garden. And I remember when his sister came over, she was from the South. So she had that Southern accent. She's like, his name was Brother D. So she's like, she sat down for lunch and she saw like vegetables and grains and legumes. And she sat and she said, Brother D, you say, so you don't eat regular food anymore? And he's like, I was really waiting for his response because I was sort of like, puzzled. He's like, hey, he's a few days in. Like, what is he going to say? He's only a few days on this lifestyle. He said, Sister D, sister, whatever her name was, sister, I don't eat regular food anymore. I eat premium food. And I say, friends, that was the best answer he could have ever given that time. Friends, don't settle for the regular that is out there today, the regular diet, the standard American. God has a premium diet for us all. You see, friends, that same diet that was given in the Garden of Eden, when God says to Adam and Eve, it says, you see that tree over there that's bearing seed? You see that herb that is yielding seed and the fruit of a tree with a seed within itself? That is your premium food. I say, praise the Lord for premium food. And the story continues. When we left, this man continued on his simple diet. But shortly after, he called and he said, Ezra, guess what? My high cholesterol that I had, like I didn't even think about it too much, but my cholesterol is back in normal ranges. I'm like, okay, great. Praise the Lord. Like, wait, cholesterol is already back. Like you just eliminate those cholesterol foods and it's like back. But I'm going to show you here, if you're having trouble still, I'm going to show you a wonderful food that you could be able to use to actually help with cholesterol. So what is this? This is what you call grapefruit. And with grapefruit as well, we're going to show you how to do a natural chelation in 30 days. Chelation therapy in 30 days. Are you ready for this? It's very simple. All you'll be doing is simple. Anyone here like to eat? If you like to eat, then this is a wonderful remedy for you. You eat 2 grapefruits a day. 2 grapefruits a day for 30 days. And after 30 days, you would have cleaned out the bloodstream, cholesterol and so on. It's like a full cleansing through the bloodstream that naturally helps to clean out the entire bloodstream in just a 30-day period. It's like performing a natural chelation therapy. It's very simple. If you have blood pressure issues, high cholesterol issues, you just want to clean out the bloodstream, like this is a powerful way that you can be able to detoxify this. And I wouldn't go into full details right now, but let me show you some other things here for the blood. In the blood also, we have lots of parasites. You can find it in the colon. You can find it in different areas, but parasites is something that is pretty common. And what I'm going to show you as well is how to kill parasites. There are wonderful things you could use, like, let's say you can use like garlic. Like, let me see here, we have garlic. You can use garlic to kill parasites. Also, you can use things like pumpkin seeds, which is powerful to kill parasites. It's actually in one of our formulas. Like we have something that is just specifically for parasite cleansing, which is like powerful herbs that is in there, like pumpkin seed and fennel and garlic cloves. And one of the most powerful ones you can get for worms, to kill off worms and parasites, is black walnut hull. Black walnut hull will kill almost all parasites that exist today within the human body. And that's how powerful it is. Black walnuts. It's extremely powerful. And we're going to see here, not only can we use this, but what other foods can we use for parasite cleansing? And also for, if you want to reference this, in your Remedies, page 112, you can actually go there. You will see like a wonderful and simple papaya remedy. Now, let us show you how you can do this here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to cut this papaya in half. Let's see, cut it half here, cut it half here. What do you say? Okay, we'll just cut it half here. Okay, I'll cut it half here. All right. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Wonderful seeds waiting for us. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to scrape off these seeds. Like a lot of times when we buy papayas, you know what we do? We like go ahead, we take that, we scrape out the seeds, we put it in the trash can, then we eat the papaya. Like, wait, you just threw your parasite blood cleansing remedy we're going to show you how to make what you call, it's almost like what you call an electuary, which is basically a combination of honey and also different herbs together. But then that combination will really be from like parasite seeds. So we're going to make it like strong and potent, but nice, but powerful. We're going to see this here for a moment, because a lot of times when it comes to children, they may have a lot of parasites. Deworming is something that is very good to do, but definitely children, it could be very difficult if they eat something that is very strong, bitter tasting. So I'm going to go ahead and put those seeds into this cup. Go ahead, put the seeds into this cup. All right, wonderful. Then what I'm going to do here for a moment is get me some honey. Let's see where I have that honey. Right there. We're going to put some honey in there. So what you want to do is get a quarter cup of papaya seeds, and also you put that in there. So we have a quarter cup of papaya seeds. We're going to use a tablespoon of honey. Now I wouldn't measure it right now, but you can definitely understand. If you want, you can blend it up. That's fine. If you want, you can just really chew on it. It's up to you, but that's how you can help kill a parasite. Like, do this every day, several times, like during meal times. You can do that during meal times, before or after meal times, depending on what you prefer. So then once you do this every day, you go ahead and like for at least 10 days, like do this for at least 10 days. After 10 days, it's a powerful way to actually kill a parasite. We've worked with different individuals before. I remember one time a health guest came to our center, and as this health guest came to our center as well, this particular health guest, she was doing a parasite cleansing, and I remember, I'm not sure what day it was, but she during like worship time, she said, "Hey, I saw like something in my stool, like it was sort of looking at me." I'm like, "What? You see something looking at you in your stool?" Then she said, "Yeah, it looked like it had wings on it." I'm like, "What? It had wings and it was looking at you?" Like, she said, "Yeah, it's a parasite." She was just so excited, but at the same time, like, sort of like, "Oh man, a parasite came out of me." But then a lot of people tell us like, "Oh, I don't know if I want to do like the parasite tea, because I'm not sure. I don't want anything like coming out of me. I don't know if I want to be able to cleanse my colon, because I'm not sure what will come out." But friends, it is inside of you. It's best it's come out. It's best for it to come out than for it to stay in. I never really understand when someone says that they don't want to have the parasites come out. So I'm like, "What? You want it to stay in?" It doesn't really matter. But then this is what we recommend. You can go ahead and you can actually eat this, like right there. Just eat this and chew properly. I won't eat it right now. It's really past my time for eating. But yes. So we can be able to do this simple parasites cleanse. And this is actually on page 112 of the manual. Page 112 of the manual. So we're going to see something here further as we move on. So I won't go into more details here on blood cleansing. So we can jump right into our lymphatic and, just really end off on a few. Then we're going to open up to some of our question and answer. But again, a lot of the remedies we have actually placed in there. Those are remedies that we use at our center that we've placed in this advanced natural remedies manual, just so that way you could be able to have the tools necessary, which is in your study kit. If anyone that's gotten it, I'm sure by now a lot of the students have this, definitely very helpful for that. So for the lymph, I wouldn't go into full details. If you missed yesterday, it was day before yesterday, you missed a lot. If you missed day before yesterday, you missed a lot, because one of the therapies here that I was going to like share for lymphatic cleansing is that of the steam bath, a steam bath. 2 days ago, we demonstrated it. And I'm sure we do have, individuals are also able to actually get the entire training as well. So we do ask you to take advantage of getting the entire training. Everything has been recorded. So you can actually get to know how to do that steam bath. But it's a natural way to help with the lymphatic system and, cleansing the lymphatic system. And again, a lot of the blood cleansing herbs, I'll tell you this, also helps to cleanse the lymphatic system. So very powerful, very helpful. So I wouldn't go into full details on the lymphatic system now. That same steam bath that we did a couple days ago actually works very powerfully. But I'm going to show you one simple thing that you can do for cleansing for the lymphatic system. Very simple. Anyone could do it in Africa, in Indonesia, in the Philippines, in India, in Afghanistan, wherever you are. It's so simple. You can all do it. It's just like bouncing in place. Have you ever heard of a rebounder? There's a wonderful exercise called rebounding. Like literally, it's like a mini trampoline. You go on and you just like bounce up and down. You bounce up and down on the rebounder. It's help stimulate the lymphatic movement through your body. And what happens is this, is that your heart has your circulatory system has a pump that is called your heart. But your lymphatic system has no pump. How does it get to pump it throughout the body? It's through the muscle contracting and relaxing. So everyone, like just for the next minute, let's all like just bounce in place up and down. We're doing a wonderful lymphatic exercise right now. If you just, I want to see some videos of everyone bouncing. Everyone, turn on your cameras. We're bouncing. Go, go. It's simple exercise, just up and down movement. You can keep it very simple, up and down movement. Just up and down movement. Wow, look at that. Look at everyone bouncing in place. And it's a wonderful, powerful exercise that impacts and cleanses your lymphatic system. And I'm telling you, friends, like sometimes we wonder like, wait, is there more? Like, do we have to do something more? Friends, it's so simple. God's plan is so simple that anyone could be able to do it. Anyone could be able to do it. Just two more things I'm going to mention before we open up to question and answer. I'm just going to mention something here for the respiratory tract. How do we cleanse like the entire respiratory system? Someone said earlier, one of the respiratory organs is the nose. I say very good, sister, because it's definitely part of your respiratory system. So we're going to see how can we detoxify that. One of the simple ways is deep breathing. We showed how to do deep breathing on the very first night. And it's a wonderful and powerful way by breathing in deeply, allowing the air to go through the nasal passage and allow the stomach abdominal area to expand, then breathing out and allow it to deflate. And being able to do that repetitively is a powerful way to actually help with the entire cleansing period. Also, another thing that we could do are things like steam inhalation, like literally get in a pot of water. I wouldn't like show it right now. I wanted to, but it's a very intense therapy. I'm just going to demonstrate how to do it. I'm just going to demonstrate how to do it quickly, but I wouldn't actually do it. So if we have a pot here, if someone can help me with a pot here for a moment, we can get like a pot of water. Like boom, we get our pot. We put it on like a burner. So when we put our pot on a burner, then I'll go ahead and I'll like place in water. I'll place water in there and I'll like allow it to boil. If it's not boiling as fast enough, there's a wonderful aid to help your water to steam even more. So you can get a lot more steam, is adding Epsom salt. So I'm going to add some Epsom salt to the water. So Epsom salt is added to the water. Now, steam is really coming up. So look at this here. Look at this here. I have like wonderful, look at this. Peppermint oil. Peppermint oil here, a wonderful aid to actually help the process of allowing the entire respiratory area to be able to to cleanse properly. So I'm just dropping this oil in here. Like you just drop enough oils until you can smell it real good, real strong. So the oils I dropped in, let's say water is placed in. I didn't place water in there. This is just demonstration, just to let you know, demonstration. So steam is coming up. Steam is coming up now. So boom, steam is coming up. I'm going to get me a blanket to cover up those steams so that way I can be able to like get the full benefits. So are you ready? So the steam is really hot. It's coming up through my face right now. And I'm just going over and I'm breathing in deeply. Ready? We're going in. Breathe. So you can come back, breathe. Ready to go again. Let's try to stay as long as possible now. Breathe. Oh my, oh, this is climbing me up. Woo! Now, let me get some tissue here because, whoa, this thing is something else. Wow. And literally just implementing that, the entire like therapy is actually in your book, but then just breathe that in and that naturally cleanses the entire sinus area. It cleanses like a lot of mucus. It breaks those things up. And I'm telling you, like one of the other things as well is like peppermint is great, But there's one time in my life that I actually experienced like carbon monoxide poisoning. And I was having very terrible effects from that. And I wasn't able to breathe properly. My chest was closing and it was very terrible. One of the ways I was able to actually help in alleviating that condition was using something that is called menthol crystals. I tell you, friends, where peppermint may not work, menthol crystal, that thing is dangerous, dangerously good for your health. And just put menthol in there, and I mean, by the time you put your nose over this, like this is kicking you already. This is a powerful way that we can be able to do respiratory detox, respiratory cleanse. And tomorrow we will be for the students who are on, those who have been doing the entire training. Tomorrow we'll be talking about COVID remedies. I was going to demonstrate one right now to detox the liver, but come tomorrow, like those students that are registered, like come tomorrow, I'll tell you exactly what it is that we'll be covering as well. Like we'll be literally covering like how to detox the liver, the respiratory system even more through cleansing it through a powerful syrup, a powerful mix that you don't want to miss tomorrow. We're talking about this tomorrow, how to detox the respiratory system even more. I tell you, friends, that thing destroy COVID like anything. And the reason why I say that is this. Throughout this entire pandemic, we've been able to send out lots of health and healing kits for those who have been, who have been experiencing COVID-19. And again, it's a very serious condition that is impacting many. But I will tell you this, the media have really exasperated the entire effects of it as well. But then we're going to show tomorrow, like for those who have it, and I'll tell you this, like 99.97% of people, 99.97% of people with COVID-19 are surviving it. So you think about that for a moment, like, I mean, it's not really as bad as we think. But then for those who have it and want to get over it, there are powerful remedies I will share with you tomorrow that helps more in cleansing the respiratory tract that you do not want to miss. In fact, when it comes to like children, 99.99% of children are surviving this issue with COVID-19. So it's a wonderful thing, just to be able to note. But then for those who are experiencing like severe complications and symptoms, which a lot of people do, we're going to share with you some powerful remedies that you don't want to miss, that you can be able to do right now that aids with your respiratory cleansing. So I won't go into full details with respiratory cleansing right now. I'm just going to end off right now on one point before we head into our section here. But I will tell you this: we have a full guide in this manual. We have a full guide in your study kit. For those who got the study kit, you of course you get your lifetime access to all the courses throughout this entire week. Every night, again, we've been here for like 3 hours a night. So you get full access to all those lifetime. You get this along with many other materials. And as a result, in there, we also have like a 3 to 10 day like cleanse guide. Like you can literally go through this as well. And it has like everything you need to be able to get a wonderful and powerful health and healing journey and effect. So again, I do recommend doing that. For the skin, I wouldn't go into details here right now for the skin cleansing, but the skin is your largest eliminating organ. If you clean the blood, you clean the kidney, you clean the liver, you clean the colon, you clean the skin. The skin is a reflection of the blood. You have skin issues, you really have blood issues, liver issues. If you correct those, you correct the skin. And tomorrow we'll also be talking about beauty remedies, how to be able to do some wonderful beauty remedies to help with the outward structure that God has given to us. But then, for the skin, I would tell you this: any type of water therapy that will naturally open up the pores, allow you to sweat, detoxify the skin. Whether maybe even exercise detoxifies the skin. But then, a simple thing you can do at home, majority of people, is what you call alternating hot and cold showers. Or in other words, it's called a contrast shower. What is a contrast shower? So it's like you go to your shower, you open up the faucet and water comes. So now you have like hot water on the body and you get some hot water in for about like 3 minutes. So about 3 minutes of hot water into the shower. Then after 3 minutes, you turn it to your favorite part of the therapy, which is the cold. So you change it to cold, and you allow the cold to hit you. You allow the pulse to close back. You allow circulation to be, to recirculate through the body properly, to equalize. And then after 30 seconds to 60 seconds, 30 to 60 seconds of cold, you switch it back to hot as you can take it. Switch it back to hot. Then after you're in the shower, you have the hot part, and you switch it back to cold for another 30 to 60 seconds. So basically, to explain is this: 3 minutes hot, 30 to 60 seconds cold. You can do this about 3 to 5 times. And that's a wonderful way to allow your body your skin to release a lot of toxic waste and to help even more. And any of the other water therapies help, the entire body detox help, and all those things are very powerful. And, I understand, because of time, we're going to stop everything right here, right now. But then, those are simple things that you can do to cleanse each of the channels of elimination. And you can literally take the entire cleanse guide that we give you there and even put yourself through a full cleanse. Like you can take that base, 4 juices, 16 ounces of juice 4 times a day. And in between, you can do different things for your cleansing, adding things for your parasite, for your colon. And oftentimes we do, if you want a set way to do it, like we have a 30-day cleanse guide as well, a 30-day cleanse kit. Like, literally that 30-day cleanse kit is with our, it's with our liver cleansing. What we do actually at first in the 30-day cleanse kit, we have people go through parasite cleansing at first, where individuals can be able to help detox the body for parasites the first 10 days. Then the second 10 days, we have individuals combine both the colon and also the liver together. They do colon and liver cleanses together in the second 10 days. Then in the final 10 days, to make it a total of 30 days, we have individuals doing both like kidney and blood cleansing. And literally, through those two, through this entire 30-day cleanse kit, we've seen wonderful healing miracles. Most people, by just simply cleansing, we've been able to see many diseases going away. And this is a simple herbal guide that we actually put together to actually help intensify the effects. Like literally, if some of you cannot come to the center, like do this cleanse at home as well. I mean, there are other things that we do, of course, that we implement as we've been going over throughout this week. But cleansing is the initial portion in which we do to help people actually get the results that they need. And, after Sabbath, we might even talk more. I'm not sure if Son have even said this yet, but after Sabbath, we can even talk more about where you can get those, because we do have a special for everyone that is on, not just for students. We have a special for everyone that is on who wants to do a 30-day cleanse. Like we literally, like if everyone does a 30-day cleanse here, you will see miracles in your life. And many diseases we see going away in that period of time, in that exact period of time. And so right now, I know time is like really overdue. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to open up the floor to questions. We're going to open up the floor to questions. And after sunset, definitely we'll share a few more details on how you also could get your hands on maybe a 30-day cleanse kit if that is something that you want to be able to do as well. So at this time, for those who have their hands up, we will go ahead and ask you questions so that way we can be able to answer any questions individuals have. Okay,
so we have some hands there. So we're going to go in order of how it was sent in. So right now we have Woman of God. Woman of God, you can unmute your mic at this time. Okay, did she put her hand down? Okay, so let's go to the next one. Marian Barnett. Marian Barnett, you can unmute your mic at this time. Ask a question.
Okay, I'm Marian Barnett, and I would like to know how can I get one of the manuals, and I am also interested in the 30 days detox. How do I get on in getting this program?
All right, so appreciate it very much. So very soon we'll share that in a few minutes, right after the in between or right after the question and answer. We're going to give that information as well, in a few minutes. So if you permit us a few more minutes, we'll definitely share it with you. Appreciate your question very much.
Okay, thank you.
Veronica Ann Williams, go ahead and ask a question.
Hi, my question is, in the chat, I was very confused. I wasn't sure for the juices that you wanted that were vegetables. Are we lightly steaming those and then blending them, or are we putting them in raw?
Okay.
For
When you're doing
example,
the juicing,
celery.
okay,
Mhm.
very good. Very good question. Very good question. Thank you so much. So when
And
you're doing
then-
the juicing, you're not going to steam it. You're not going to add any heat. The more heat you apply to those vegetables, you begin to denature it, where the mineral counts begin to go down as well. I mean, we want it to be just raw, fresh juices. So you're just going to clean it. All you're going to do is like clean it properly, wash it
Right.
properly. Then you place it into your juicer and you juice it raw and fresh.
I understand. And then I noticed yesterday and today, a lot of castor oil packs were used. What is it about the castor oil that's so special that like, yeah, I was asking yesterday, I believe it's your sister was saying to use it on your stomach to reduce belly fat if you're,
Yes.
already doing the 8 laws of health. I heard castor oil packs several times today. What is it that's in the castor oil that's so special that just plain rubbing it is good enough?
Very good, very good. So castor oil, one of the good things about it, it's anti-inflammatory as well, and it also has agents in there that actually helps to soften certain elements, and it's able to like enter into the entire bloodstream as well. So then, because of the anti-inflammatory aspects as well, like even things like maybe like your liver and so on, it actually helps with that. It also helps with detoxify. It's a very good detoxifying agent. So because of those features and those like elements that are those effects that it has, it works very powerful in many situations. Like again, you've seen it for like fibroids. We use it for fibroid issues, different issues around that area. And also we use it for the liver area, and we use it over tumor masses to soften it up. It has those agents that like softens up those tumors to actually allow the lymphatic system to release it properly. But yes, castor oil is very effective in different ways.
For the belly fat, do you just rub it on, or do I need to warm it?
I'll
like
tell you
those
this.
packs?
I mean, for belly fat, one of the best things you can do for belly fat, and I'll tell you, like, I may not be the best person to talk about how to gain weight, but I can talk about how to lose a lot of that hair. And one of the things you want to do is eliminate late night eating. Like, I'll tell you, that's one of the big things. So then, if you can, for belly fat, if you can do this, go on a 2 meal a day plan. Like literally.
I'm already on it, but most of us,
Okay.
for the 8 laws of health, a lot of people were already on 2 meals a day. Matter of fact,
Okay.
I can just do a one day. I deliberately eat 2 because I think that's slowing my metabolism down to only 1, but
Okay,
2.
good.
I make myself eat 2 even though I'm not even hungry.
Okay, great. So very good. So then, so the main thing is once you eat 2, like no snacks, nothing in between except for like liquids and so on.
Just
and
water.
couple that with exercise as well. Like, it makes it even more effective, coupling that with exercise, not eating late at night, like having your last meal being very early. That's a huge impact. And then afterwards, if you can go on a full cleansing program like we're talking about, we see people who still haven't struggled maybe because they have a slower metabolism. I understand there are different issues like that when it comes to like women and so on. It could be slower even if you may be doing some things right. But then definitely going for the cleansing program helps to speed things up a bit and actually help to burn a lot more of that belly fat. Especially when you begin to do those cleanses, do those lemon waters on mornings, do the entire juicing, that naturally helps. And so then, those things would definitely help to get you on your way. Like couple that with exercise, a good diet, good timing, and also being able to do a very intense cleansing program. You would see like that would naturally help with losing more belly fat.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
I'm sorry you had to rush so fast.
No, that's all right. That's all right. We appreciate it so much. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Yes. So now we want to limit one question per anyone asking, raising their hands, because we have about 32 people with their hands raised up right now. And also we have over between Zoom and YouTube over 1,200 people that are on this live feed here. So we want to make sure that we can answer as much questions as we can. Also, people are asking a lot in the comments. Just to answer that question, for anyone who is thinking about raising their hands to ask the question, how can I get the manual? How can I get the information that the training that has been done? In about 12 minutes or so, we'll share some more information about this training. And also we'll post a link in the chat so that you can get full access to that training, including the manual. That includes also a physical copy of our natural beauty book as well, and also unlimited access to the training and the manual. So we're gonna talk about that some more just now. Okay. So now we have our next person who raised their hands. We have Dorette. So Dorette, you can go ahead and unmute your microphone.
Good evening, and Ezra, thank you so much for that presentation. First, I want to commend you for wearing suspenders instead of a belt. So my question is, why is it better for men to wear suspenders rather than belts?
We've gotten that question many times before, but I would say the main thing is this. The main thing is ensuring that our entire area hair, or whichever part of our body, has a free and even circulation. When it comes to dress, whatever you choose to wear, just make sure that nothing is too tight where it constricts your lungs, where maybe you're unable to breathe properly, where it could impact your internal organs, whether it may be from your colon area, whatever the case is. I mean, the key principle, no matter what you wear, whether you wear socks or whatever it is not having anything that is too tight that will restrict your blood flow, because again, the life of the flesh is in the blood. If you want to have good health, you need good circulation. So the main principle is whatever you wear, ensure that there is nothing that restricts your blood flow. Appreciate the question very much. Thank you.
Okay, so now we have Joy Morrison. You can go ahead and unmute your mic and ask your question. Joy, you can go ahead. Okay, we can't hear you. Okay, so we'll just go to our next person who's asking the question here. Okay, so we have Tenef. Tenef, you can go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah. Yes, hello. My question is, you suggested the Epsom salt is one of the washout that one can take.
That's right.
You also stated it was harsh. And I'm imagining that it might also, while it's cleaning you out, it will clean out some of the good, biome out of your intestine. What can you use to replenish the system afterwards, after cleansing? What then?
Yeah. So very good question that you're asking, and I know for many people the one of the concerns is, okay, well, maybe good bacteria might. So let's probably just keep it the way. Okay. Can everyone hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Appreciate it so much. So to answer that question, sorry about the sorry about this here, but right, it slipped my mind.
The flora.
Okay, the flora. Okay, good. So then I'll say this. Majority of people don't even have good bacteria to begin with. Majority, over 90% of people may have bad bacteria. You would be in a much better position if you clean out the colon, even if it's strong, aggressive. You sometimes we need this. We need to clean out the colon, a lot of those bacteria, like bad bacteria, so that way, once you have less bacteria, naturally your body is able to build back the good bacteria. If you have a toxic colon, forget it. We don't even have like bad bacteria. You don't even have good bacteria to begin with. The more toxic your colon, the more bad bacteria you have. So what I would say is cleansing the colon, like a lot of people will think like, hey, you will lose a lot of good bacteria, but you actually will be growing a lot more good bacteria afterwards. But then if you're still concerned, like, I would recommend like even simple prebiotics. Like once you eat your regular meals, prebiotics, like, you find that in a lot of your foods, like carrots and many of your fruits and your vegetables, like they all have prebiotics in there. Once you do this, it's natural ways to precursors to like probiotics, and those naturally build up more good bacteria into your system. So very good question. There are other things you can do, but I would say on this cleanse, it's definitely not something that is needed to build up your good bacteria, because it also helps you to build back good bacteria.
Okay, so now we have Michelle. Michelle B, you can go ahead and ask a question.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clear up what kind of Epsom salt. I know normally in Walmart you can get the regular ones.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, I heard the last part very soft, but then I sort of understood your question. What type of Epsom salt is it that you want to use? So what you want to use is plain Epsom salt. So for example, even if you get it at Walmart, that's perfectly fine. So you just want to get Epsom salt that is only Epsom salt in there. Don't get like something that has like a whole bunch of other like, let's say, oils or chemicals or whatever may be in there. Like just get the Epsom salt, magnesium sulfate, just pure Epsom salt. So most of them you can, like majority of them you can ingest it. So it's something that you can take internally, and you can even use externally for different issues as well. So plain Epsom salt without any additives. Appreciate it.
Okay, I see a few people asking about our lifestyle center in the chat. Our lifestyle center is located upstate New York. That is about 2 hours from New York City, in an area on the map. It's called Pine Bush, but it's actually in Cragsmore Mountain. So if you want some more information about that, you can visit EdenLifestyleHome.org. EdenLifestyleHome.org.
Yes.
So we have our next question here. Christina's iPhone. So Christina, you can unmute your iPhone. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. How would someone who exercises vigorously or an athlete modify a detox?
Okay, someone who exercises moderately, how would they modify a detox? So then I would say like, there was a time when I was doing, I was doing a detox that was like 10 days detox. And I was also like doing like weightlifting at the same time, like every single morning during that detox. And I would say like it was a little strenuous on me. But what I would suggest to be able to detox properly, if you like doing very vigorous exercises, just tone it down a bit during that detoxification process. It will benefit you a lot, because you don't have to overexert the body like a lot, but at the same time, you can still do like, mild to moderate exercises. You can still be able to do those on a detox. Like I would say like the first couple of days may be very hard. Like you may want to like have time when you're on your rest days, like start it off. The second day, third day, it might be very intense. Sometimes you may get different symptoms like, oh, I feel a little sluggish, or I feel a little weak, or I feel tired. You get some of those things. This is what you call a cleansing reaction, cleansing effects. And that is normal. You get those. The body's throwing out toxic waste. While it's throwing out toxic waste, sometimes you may get a headache. Sometimes you may get different things like that. But then you overpass the healing crisis, and very soon afterwards, it's a lot better. So then I would say like day 4, day 5, you get like lots of energy. You wake up and you're like, whoa, I'm ready to run this marathon. And it becomes like a lot easier and better. So I would say like, just don't go too hard on your exercise, and you should be perfectly fine. You can still exercise while doing the detox, and just don't go too aggressive with it. Appreciate your question.
Okay, great. So we have Shimer Watson. How are you doing, Shimer?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah. Oh, you remember me? Okay.
Of course, I remember you.
I wanted to find out about water fasting. What are your views on that? In terms, does it help? Is it something you should inquire in? Like, what are your views on that?
Okay, say that word again. What are our views on, what was that?
Water fasting.
Water fasting. Okay, good. So I would say like water fasting is all right as well. It's fine. I just wouldn't do water fasting for extensive periods of time. Now, our goal, like when we do fasting, like again, for certain kidney issues, like even doing water fasting could be something that will be very helpful. But over time, like your body also needs like lots of nutrients. So the good thing about it is that when we do like those juice fasting, like with those different juices, you also not only fast, but you also provide high doses of nutrients to your body, literally loads of nutrients. So then, and again, a lot of those juices have even more direct impacts. Like it has lots of phytochemicals, lots of powerful agents that help to restore the body in different ways. So like preferentially, I think like, definitely doing those juice cleansing could be very good, but there are times when a short water cleanse may be perfectly fine. A few days of water cleansing. I mean, I've had people, I know someone that did a 20-day water cleanse recently, but for more extensive cleanses, I will strongly recommend doing like actual juices that has loads of nutrients in there. And water cleanses is perfectly fine, but I would recommend doing it on short time frames because it does work as well. Water, if we understood the blessing of water, and in this same book here, this same book here we speak about water here, it says is God's great medicine. Ministry of Healing says water is God's great medicine. If we drink soft water, and with that as well, soft water, which is more like a distilled water without like minerals in there. She says soft water is the best water that we can have for drinking. And I would definitely say like it's a powerful way to detox, drinking like even a gallon a day, depending on your weight, of course, but a gallon a day is a wonderful way to be able to like detox the kidneys, the blood, and really help with the entire cleansing process. So definitely it's good, but short term. Okay.
So then we want to make sure that everyone can stay on, because I know a lot of people had interest in getting unlimited access to the training course that just happened, and they missed it, they didn't know about it, and so forth. Many people really wanted to be there. So before you sign off, what we're just going to do at this time, we're just going to have a short word of prayer, and then we're going to get into and tell you a little bit about that and get back into our question and answers. Okay, so just hold on tight.
Okay, so let us pray. Let us pray. What we're going to pray to end of this presentation. Then also we're going to pray because the Sabbath has come to a close. So we're going to pray for that as well. And we're going to go through some announcements, then do a few more question and answer before we end up for tonight. Because we do understand, like, we're in different time zones, different locations here. So let us pray. And I'm sure in New York, it's Sabbath has, it's ended now, but then in other locations, I'm sure Sabbath would have ended already for you. But then we do acknowledge that in our location that we are. So let us pray even now. Let us pray. Father in heaven, we thank you so much, Lord, because you have given us such wonderful foods in nature. Father, you told us in the book Ministry of Healing, you reminded us that nature is God's physician. Father, thank you for such a physician that I love to go to every single day, because it is one that actually helps and benefits in me and my daily health. And I pray, Lord, that you do the same for everyone. Your Father, everyone who are on here today, we're not all free from aches. We're not all free from illnesses and disease. Many are paining even right now. There are many who are ill and many who are looking for that hope and a glimpse of an answer of how they can be able to help in alleviating issues from the body that they're experiencing. That I pray, dear Father, that you apply that balm that is in Gilead, that you are the great physician that is there. I pray that you may bring healing and restoration as we apply your simple remedies, as we make the changes necessary in our lives and lifestyle, and have a full trust and faith in God, that we can experience the healing miracles that we desire in our lives. We thank you so much, because there is no disease that you're not able to heal, that God is able to heal every disease that is on planet Earth today. In the name of Jesus, as we end off this Sabbath, I pray that you allow us to have a pleasant and blessed week. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Amen, amen. Okay, so I know that a lot of people have been asking in the chats about our training here and also getting access to the manual. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the free version of this training. So we opened up our advanced natural remedies training to the public, to everyone. So throughout this week, we had people coming in every single day for 3 hours a day, sharing natural remedies. So we actually started off on Sunday, we had a little orientation, and then we started for our classes on Monday, where we had remedies that you can find in your kitchen, both for common ailments and also emergency remedies. So like what to do in place. So like if you are getting a heart attack, what you can do if your blood pressure is too high, and many different emergency remedies as well. And also we talked about in that training, cancer remedies. So we went over talking about cancer, how you can help to stop the growth of cancer, tumor cells, and how you can fight cancer and the best foods to fight cancer as well. And there's 3 hours of remedies and information on cancer. We also talked about women's issues as well. So we talked or gave a lot of information about many different women problems like fibroids and all those different issues. And, we talked about today cleansing, and tomorrow we'll be talking about remedies for COVID-19 and also beauty remedies. So this was a 1 week long advanced training. And in this advanced training, we gave a lot of practical information because we understand that a lot of people had gotten some of these trainings before, but they wanted to get some of that practical information as well. And so we did this training for all those people who have been trained, but didn't get a lot of hands-on. So it's almost like over 21 hours of a hands-on. And also we have a manual with over 140 pages of just remedies and also information that can help you to alleviate many different ailments. So what we're going to do here, we're going to have Shay W, who's going to post a link in the chat. She's going to post a link in the chat to get access to our unlimited training, So she's going to post that link here. You can get access to that unlimited training. So then what you're going to get 1 week after this training ends here in June the 7th, we're going to be launching or opening up the training so that way you can go into the classes, click on the classes that you want to watch. You can rewind, you can pause, you can do all these various things. And the people who are on this training right now who have paid for the training, you will also get access to that unlimited training as well if you paid for the study kit. Okay, so now we're going to include in that link here is going to include the unlimited access to the training, so you can watch all the classes over at any time, 2 years, 3 years down the line. And also you're going to have access to the manual that Ezra was taking a lot of the remedies from. She's going to show up what the manual looks like here. This is printed copy of the manual, but you're going to get an electronic copy of the manual. You can feel free to print out your manual as well. And this has a lot of power pack information. As I said before, we poured out ourselves into this manual and into this training to make sure that you get the best and the most informative information. Also, we have updated this manual since starting the training as well. So also, on top of that, you'll get a hard copy of our Natural Beauty Secrets book, a hard copy of our Natural Beauty Secret books as well. And we'll send that to you to your mail. So you can feel free to go down there and you can take this as well. How do you get the manual without a training? Also, Shay W will post a link as well for if you want that manual. Some of you who have gotten training before, someone said they got a training at Wildwood and all those different things, then you get a copy of the manual as well. But for those who have never done a training before, we really advise doing the whole training and getting that together with the manual as well, because there's a lot of demonstrations and how to do it, and also information that we shared that may not have been in the manual as well.
Yes. Also, we'll share that on YouTube too. For those who have joined us on YouTube, we definitely want to ensure that on both platforms, that link is also shared to everyone. And so that is one aspect. Again, take advantage of that. This is unlimited lifetime access that you're basically getting.
So does Illinois take all forms of health insurance? We do not take any forms of health insurance because of the way that we're not like a clinic or anything. So we had people who got donations from the churches and different stuff to help them to come to our lifestyle center and so forth.
Yes. Also, for those who have asked as well, how can they get this 30-day cleanse kit? Those who really want to take advantage of the cleansing program, we just want to share with you how you could do this. We actually thought about you before, So what we did was basically we sort of put together like a coupon code together for people who are in the class. Like everyone who is on right now, whether you register for the training or not, everyone who is on could get access to like a coupon code where this cleanse kit will usually cost like over $100. You can get it today for only $97. And Shay W will also post that link on Zoom and also YouTube and the information there. So you can take advantage of the cleansing as well for those who want to be able to say, hey, I want to cleanse at home. I want to be able to cleanse at home. I want to be able to detoxify the entire body and to detoxify the entire body. So that's great. Take advantage of it. You will see that link very soon and you can be able to get that there.
Someone is asking how much does the training cost? The training is for everyone. We have a special for everyone who is on here right now. We will sell the training. The training, sorry, is available for $297. The training is available for $297. So it's a suggested donation of $297 to be a part of this training. So if you click the link, you'll get some more information on that as well. And also for the cleanse kit that Ezra was talking about here, that one is $97.
Yes. Okay, so yeah, so you get those links in the chat. You get those links in the chat. The coupon code is Remedy97, Remedy97, and that would be on easyseries.com. But you can get funds off. Once you get the total body cleanse kit, it will include the entire 30-day cleansing. That will be sent. It's sent in the chat. You can literally get free shipping as well. We provided free shipping for everyone who wants it. You can get your 30-day cleanse kit, free shipping included. And also it's only $97. So appreciate that very much. We're going to go back to question and answer. We just wanted to make sure we answer those questions for people who have been asking. We've got several people asking. So we just wanted to make sure that is covered. So we're going to head on to question and answer and hopefully end off in a few minutes. For those who are able to stay on for a few more minutes, we're just going to acknowledge a few more people that have asked us questions.
Silvana, you can go ahead and ask a question.
Yes, thank you so much, Brother Ezra. I would like just to tell this. In the past, I did a juicing treatment, and unfortunately, it was not as complete as you described, with the cleansing of the colon and the cleansing of the blood and the liver and taking water and making exercise. And then I got appendicitis. And since then, also, I hurt my stomach. So I really encourage you to recommend the people who are very willing to do this, that follows your 30 program cleansing, because the people needs to do it in the right form. I wanted to do a good thing, and I ended up being sick, and I don't want any brother or sister happen the same. So thank you for suggesting that you have a 30 days cleaning. It's just wanted to share my testimony.
Yeah. All right. So appreciate it very much. And yeah, cleansing is also, it's very powerful. I understand the issue that you experienced there, and I appreciate your your expression of what happened to you as well. Thank you for letting us know. So we're going to move on to the next, and we're going to move on to the next question.
Okay, so we have Willie May Williams.
Yes, we were talking about the kidney, and I want to know if a person is already on dialysis, is there any help for reversing that?
Okay, someone is on dialysis. Now the thing is this: when someone is placed on dialysis, it's like the body becomes dependent on it, and you're already, the body is already like fully dependent on it. So then what I would suggest is basically assisting to help that person have a more pleasant experience. Like really, we prefer, before someone actually gets on dialysis, being able to work with them, get the kidney functioning better. But if someone is already on dialysis, they can still make changes in their lifestyle. Like they can still do certain things to be able to help, maybe in lessening the time frame that they have to do those treatments, and making making life a little easier for them. But it's a lot more difficult now when someone is actually placed on the dialysis because the body is now dependent on it. So yeah. So then, I mean, if you implement this, even just lifestyle changes for them, some of the kidney teas and stuff that we mentioned, like that will naturally just help them to have a better life, a better life. Yes. Appreciate the question. We're going to go to our next.
So Wanda. Wanda, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Okay.
Wanda, are you there?
Before we move on to the next.
Okay. If you're not there, if you can talk, we could move on to the next. You can raise your hand.
Yes, hello?
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Is it muted? Yes, yes. Okay, so my question, are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So my question is about taking the grapefruit. Oh, you want my video? No.
You good?
About the grapefruit for 30 days, the 2 grapefruit for 30 days. If you're on hypertension medication, would you advise that?
Okay, it really depends on like what types of medication you're on for hypertension, but then you want to make sure, because there are some medications where it may not necessarily impact it in a negative way, but there are some where it definitely has an impact, especially those 2 that are actually related to even cholesterol issues. If you're taking some 2 coupled with like different medications for cholesterol, typically a lot of those 2 definitely have an impact. Where you use like grapefruit together with it, it's sort of just like diminishes the effect a lot. But you want to confirm that with your particular medication that you're using. Not all of them will have that impact, but I would say like a lot of times, if you don't like if you're not on like medications that like, let's say, doesn't agree with the grapefruit, if you have medications where you can actually take it, like just take it at a different time frame. Don't take it together at the same time frame. And if you have your medications at one time, have the grapefruits at a different time other than when you're having your medication. So that is if it's at least if there are no effects between the grapefruit and the particular medication you're using. Most of the times, like you can easily like check details on that medication. You can see if grapefruit is actually permitted on it as well. So definitely there are some that you can still use the grapefruit with. So just double check the ones that you're on and see, and then you can be able to apply those things as needed. Appreciate it so much.
I have also, with taking the juices, like if I'm detoxing with the juices, could I take some of the remedies you suggested, like the prune juice or the Epsom salts in the same time while taking the juices? Yes.
So yeah. So like, let's say you can do like, either the prune juice. You can even do the prune juice as a juice itself, like do 3 juices and do the prune juice too to help even more, or you can do additional prune juice. But in between, you can even do the teas. Like if you want to make senna tea, or if you want to do like a colon cleanse, powder mix, like you can do that in between the juices during a cleansing period. And actually in our guide, we actually like show you there as well, like how to be able to like structure out your day, like from when you can take like cleansing teas, when you can take like colon cleansing teas, when you can take Parasite as things, when you can take the different juices. And we sort of put it in a schedule to like give a good understanding of how you can actually do that in the entire manual. So yeah, you can reference that as well.
Okay, thank you.
I appreciate it so much.
Okay, so we have Hudson. Your mic is already. Oh, that was you just. Okay, let's move on to the next. So then we're gonna ask Mitchell Randall Williams. You can go ahead and ask the question.
Yes, I just wanted a very good presentation there. All of this is very helpful. I have poor circulation in my poor circulation in my legs, and I think it's the deep thrombosis. I think that may be what it is. I've always had varicose veins.
Yeah.
because I stand a lot in my occupation, and I was, on my legs quite a bit. I've lost weight. I've lost weight just doing the hour a day walking, which was suggested for healthy body.
Yeah.
And to lower my elevated pressure. I am a survivor from 9/11, so there was supposedly a lot of toxins in my body. So with all that said, I have been successful not to go on medication for the elevated pressure. And I have lost quite a bit of weight. I'm went from a size 12 to a 6'8", and I've lost quite a bit of weight, and I'm fine like that. I just want to know, but it hasn't affected my legs. It hasn't affected the veins in my legs and the circulation. So I'm wondering what I can do to help the circulation in my legs.
So very good question. One of the powerful remedies that you can be able to use to help the circulation, to help first the varicose veins, that those inflamed veins in the legs area, is something called oak bark. Oak bark. And it's a powerful herb that you can use. What you want to do is make a decoction out of it, make a tea out of it, decoction. Then once you make a decoction out of it, like once the tea is made, you want to take like a stocking or any type of like sock, whatever it is that is long enough to cover the varicose vein areas. You dip it inside of that place and you pull it up over that area. And you'll basically wear that, like keep it on for several hours each day. And that's a natural way to help relieving the varicose veins. And another thing as well for circulation, if you want to be able to increase circulation in there, I would say like, I know you're doing a lot of exercises. That's great. Keep that up as well. Keep the exercises up. Continue to drink a lot more water. I remember one time there's a young girl that came up to us. We were doing a training and she said, hey, I'm having an extreme pain in my foot. And she's having extreme pain in her foot and she was wondering what can she do? So I told her, we told her at that time, we said, well, how much water are you drinking? She said, I don't really like water. I don't like water. I said, well, we said, that's your problem. If you can drink more water, you can get better results. But guess what? I mean, she's very faithful, a young lady. Bless her heart, she's drank more water. Simple change. And after a while, she basically, in about a few weeks' time, said, hey, the pain is fully gone. Like literally, I've been trying so many things for 2 years, haven't been able to get rid of it. But that naturally helped circulation to increase even better. So drink more water, continue those exercises, do the oak bark, and definitely like even we have like some sort of a pain salve formula that actually helps increase circulation at the same time, which has kind in there. But that kind also is very good to stimulate the circulation aspect. Thank you very much for that question. Appreciate it so much.
Okay, so we're gonna answer one more question because it's getting a little late. One more question, and then we'll make a few announcements. So we're gonna ask Brenda. Your mic is already unmuted. Brenda Chavez, you can go ahead and ask the question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very clear.
I have a question about the lower back pain. If it is pinched nerve on your left side and it's causing problems in your last 3 toes on your left side, what can you do with a pinched nerve?
Okay, very good question. Appreciate that so much. So with pinched nerves, what you want to do, one of the things that works very well is what you call fomentations. So what you want to do, like whichever side that pinched nerve is, usually it shoots and it goes down the entire side area. You want to be able to do like what you call alternating hot and cold fomentations. That would be like getting hot water, placing like a hot towel, a towel in there and being able to wring it out. And not hot where it burns the skin, but hot enough still where you can actually place it on that entire lower back area going all the way down. And what will happen is that if it's too hot, you can put a towel there as a barrier, place it on there, then cover it up. Sort of like cover it up with another towel just so the heat is trapped more. But you can place like hot towels there, then like swap it in between with like hot for like, let's say until it gets a little cooler. Then you put the cold on there, like a cold sort of mitten friction or cold cloth, the rag towel that you can like wipe the place with. Then you dry it, then you put the hot again and you alternate that like maybe 3 to 5 times. And that naturally helps with the entire nerve, increasing circulation in that area, help the nerves. Also, we have like nerve rebuilding teas and tinctures that works very powerfully for like those issues as well. Some of the herbs that is in there that helps very well are things like blue cohosh. Blue cohosh is very good for that. We have black cohosh in there as well. That is extremely good. And another herb that is called vervain. Those three are definitely powerful herbs for that aspect. And one more thing I'll mention is like, there's a formula that we use very much. It's actually an ancient formula. They've been using that for hundreds of years. And it's a bone flesh cartilage mix that actually also helps with different nerve issues like that too. It helps to repair cartilage and bones and so on, but it also helps with nerve issues. I mean, a lot of items in there, it has like comfrey in there. It has like horsetail in there and different elements, but definitely I would say the fermentations will help. Getting some of those nerve teas definitely will be impactful as well. And for that pain, I will also like, I'm not sure if you've been a student or not, but then in the manual, we also have like a recipe there for like a pain salve. That pain salve helps with the pain that you may be experiencing, but also it actually directly helps with the nerves as well. It actually helps with the nerves as well. It has like different aspects in it, oil to peppermint to cayenne. It even has like DMSO in there as well, but definitely.
Now, if I just wanted to buy the manual, how much would that be? Just
for the manual. So the link will be posted if you want to do that. The link will be posted. And also, I think there's a waiting list for that as well. But then, I mean, in the meantime, let me give you a quick recipe that you can use for the for that circulation and for the pain salve. So you want to do 4 ounces of olive oil, 4 ounces of olive oil, and it's a simple one I'm going to give you. 4 ounces of olive oil, 4 ounces of DMSO, dimethyl sulfur oxide, is from the pine. 4 ounces of olive oil, 4 ounces of DMSO. You want to put like a tablespoon of like peppermint oil in there. Tablespoon of peppermint oil, and you can put like, you can put like 6 teaspoons of cayenne pepper. And if it's, if you want to increase the effect, you can actually add a little more as well. You can add like 6 teaspoons of cayenne pepper there. It's a simple like a simple pain salve that actually works very well that you can actually do. That would be a benefit, to the nerves. It impacts it by decreasing the pain, increasing circulation, but also helping to the reparation of that as well. And there are other things you want to do since it's a pinched nerve, of course. I understand, like, there may be a few other things you may want to do. For any other additional information, feel free to contact us. support@edenlifestyle.org. A lot of you have hands up right now, and I know that time is going by. We wouldn't be able to answer every question, but if you email us support@edenlifestyle.org, we'll do our best to be able to still answer each one of your questions because we understand how valuable it is to you, and we definitely want to give you as much value as possible. We really appreciate every one of you for being here this evening, and it was a tremendous time together. So we definitely want to ensure that we can answer many of your questions. support@edenlifestyle.org, and we'll be more than happy to, the entire team, as best as possible to answer your questions.
Thank you.
All right, great. That was such a blessing. I learned so much just by listening to Ezra, and also many people enjoy his style of presenting, and many people said that they were cracked up, they were energized, just by seeing him presenting and the energy that he had whilst presenting. So I'm just going to make a few announcements. So this is our free platform to the Advanced Medical Missionary Training. We do have some people who paid for this training throughout the week, close to 300 people who paid for the training, and they're taking this training throughout the week. We will have our training beginning tomorrow. Make sure you look at your schedule. We'll be starting about 4 o'clock, where we'll be starting with our different remedies and training throughout that day. Now, people that have been asking about signing up for the training, again, we're going to post that link again in the chat next to your screen right now. We're going to post the full training, and that includes the manual. It includes all the classes that we have done throughout the week. This is just one of the classes done throughout the week. And also that'll include a physical copy of our Natural Bible Beauty Secrets book. So you'll get that just by clicking the link. You'll be able to get that full training access to that. For those people who just want the manual and you have done some training before, you have done natural remedies training before in the past, you have gone to, like, let's say Wildwood or any of these other places, then we should send you a link for a waiting list for our manual. And we'll see, to see how there's a lot of people asking for that, but we really want you to sign up for the full training. So that way you can get access to all the classes that we have done and the demonstrations of the various things that you see here in the manual, because how you apply them makes a big difference than just knowing formulas, right? So then all that information is going to be in the chat. And also Ezra talked about getting some of the cleanses. That also was in the chat. So there's a lot of things that we talked about tonight that you can get access to as well. Now, many people throughout the day was asking about our books and the recommended books. So on our website, you'll see access to some of the books that we recommend you get, like the Back to Eden, the Natural Remedies Encyclopedia, the Ministry of Healing. All those books are on our website, edenlifestyle.org/shop. Or you can just go to Eden Lifestyle and then you'll see a tab there like store, and you click on that, and then you'll get access to all of those different books that we recommend that you use for the training. Like one of these books there, which is really powerful. This is our Natural Remedies Encyclopedia. This is a really thick book. It's like almost like a physician's desk reference for natural remedies and natural treatments. So this is one of the books there on our website that you can get access to as well as you take on this training, so you can further your knowledge in natural remedies and just natural healing. Also, this morning, I just want to give a final update. This morning, we raised funds so that individuals can help us to fix our roads and other projects at our lifestyle center. And as of right now, our final number is $15,782 that we got from donations. And we thank you so much for all that you have given to us through your donations, through your support and your donations. And we're missing $4,218 left so that we can get that project up and going. But we're going to start with our road project. We're going to go ahead and we're going to start. But if anyone wants to still donate to that, you can either go to edenlifestyle.org/donate, or we'll have some information in the chat as well for that as well. But we thank you so much for being here, being a part of this free training. And just have one more announcement here before we go. So also tomorrow as well, very important. We're not going to be on this platform here. This was for the free training. So for those who paid for the training and who are taking our advanced natural remedy training, our live training, you can go ahead and you can access the regular link, the same link that you use throughout the week. So that way you can get on the training tomorrow. Okay, it's not going to be this link. This link is for the free training. This is also Healing of the Nations platform, which they have a weekly program as well. And they allowed us to we partnered up with them so that we can reach a wider audience as well. And we thank you so much for joining on, because we broke the ceiling today for Zoom. We reached the max, which is 1,000 participants on this Zoom feed. And we thank you so much for sharing this with everyone that you knew. And it's been such a blessing to be able to share the information that God have given to us through the books, through our experiences, through the knowledge that we have gained over the years, to share that with you. And the links here are below for how you can donate to our projects here at the center, for all those who want to see that as well, how to do that as well. So tomorrow we'll see you at what time? We'll see you at 4 tomorrow. At 4 tomorrow. And also we'll be having a dedication starting at 7. And we'll let you know some more information about that by tomorrow. But dedication starting at 7. You can dress appropriately if you want to. You can dress, and also we'll let you know more about that as well. So we'll see you on tomorrow, where we'll be covering, as I said before, beauty remedies, and also we'll be talking about COVID-19 remedies as the economy starts to open up and everyone starts to go back to work. The one thing that you have to make sure that you have a strong immune system, so that way when you go out there, you can be able to battle not just COVID-19, but any disease that will come up again, because the Bible says in Matthew 24, there shall be pestilences. And that word here, pestilences, could also means a plague or pandemics. There will be more diseases that will rise up, like the COVID-19 disease. And one thing you want to be certain that you make your immune system is strong. And also all those who are on YouTube and who have seen the YouTube link in the chat, you can be free to subscribe to our YouTube. We'll be sharing free information on YouTube. We'll be trying to, we need to do this on a more regular basis. This setup that we have here is very lovely. It makes us just come in, stand up, and we record right there. But we want to make sure that we become more active on YouTube, share free remedies with you, free information on a weekly basis. So if you want to stay connected with us and get some free resources, you can sign up, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel, and you can turn on the notification bells on there as well. For all those who are live feed on YouTube, you can do that right now. We'll really appreciate that. And also, if you want some more information, any questions that you have that we couldn't answer tonight, email us again at support@EdenLifestyle.org. You can also go learn more information about our lifestyle center at EdenLifestyleHome.org. There's information about our lifestyle center and also our Heal at Home program. And also any free resources on EdenLifestyle.org. You'll be able to download free ebooks and all this fun stuff. So just go on there, fill out our websites, and just download all the free resources, read all the articles. Just feel free to roam and get all the free information that you can as well. Again, for those who want the full training, you've been asking this all throughout the chat. There is a link that was posted. You can get that access to that free training, and also the waiting list is going to be there as well, where you can go on the waiting list to get access to that manual as well. I thank you so much for joining today. I thank you so much for your gifts in donation, which you can send us an email if you really want to make sure that you get that. It's also tax deductible. So you can send us an email for that information as well. We thank you so much for all that you have done. We thank you so much for sharing this training. We thank you so much for being here this evening so that you can equip yourself to help your neighbors, to help your church, to help your community, to help the world, so we can end this work and bring on the soon coming of our Savior, Jesus Christ. So we'll see you tomorrow for those who will be on tomorrow. Thank you so much. Is Dr. McBride here? Dr. McBride? Okay. Okay, wonderful.